You don't need to, don't worry
I'm
about it.
not with it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm just gonna leave them with you.
Thank you.
Just hand them for her.
Perfect.
And if she doesn't, just give them back to me.
Thank you.
Once she'll have it. I'll respond on the
Would
thread.
you mind,
Okay.
if nobody shows up prior to the end, would you mind changing those signs?
Who's here? Who's not here?
So far, only Catherine Sofkides is not going to be here, but we don't have any other known absences today. Ruler's a little late.
Good morning, everybody. Apologies for me running a couple of minutes late. Anyway, welcome back to our 2026 edition of the Environment and Agriculture Committee. I want to welcome everybody and thank you for coming out today. I see we have quite a few people to weigh in on our first bill, which is HB 1431. I am going to first start by having Representative Scully lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. To make myself official here. Open our hearing for HB 1431, which is restricting the use of neonicotinoid pesticides. And I see that the sponsor of this bill, Representative McDonald, is here to introduce the bill. And I welcome you to the chair there to let us know what this is all about.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Environment and Agriculture Committee. My name is Representative John T. McDonald. I represent Cal District 6, which is the communities of Wolfboro and Tuftonboro, New Hampshire. I'm here today to introduce HB 1431, a bipartisan bill addressing the use of neonicotinoids insecticides in New Hampshire. The bill is before you now because the issue is urgent. Insects are vanishing, and with the systems that support our farms, forests, fisheries, and tourism economy. Neonicotinoids are systematic insecticides designed to permeate the entire plant. And they are widely designed, documented as highly toxic to pollutants, beneficial insects, aquatic invertebrates, and persistent in our soils and waters. Pollinator loss is no longer theoretical. It is visible across New Hampshire, affecting agriculture, ecosystems, and property values tied to clean lakes and rivers. These chemicals have also been measured in people, including New Hampshire pregnant women and children, demonstrating real-world exposure. After receiving HB 1431, I met with Commissioner Sean Jasper of the Department of Agriculture Pesticide Control Board. At the Commissioner's request, a subcommittee was formed. That subcommittee was consisted of Pierre Siegert, who's the state entomologist, Cheryl Smith, PhD, she represents the public interest on the board, and Kyle Lombardi, he's with the Department of Natural Resources, and also as a monitor, Director David Russo of the Department of Pesticide Control Board. This bill reflects collaboration, not confrontation. However, agency involvement alone is not sufficient. Without legislative direction, there are no clear guardrails, consistent in long-term clarity. That is why HB 1431 is necessary. Based on a collaborative process and the meetings that we held, I filed an amendment, which you all should have at this time. For clarity, there are changes falling into 4 categories. First, the bill was narrowed. It now focuses on reducing, not banning, neonic use. Structural uses are allowed. Actimidoprid was removed. Dusk to dawn restrictions were deleted, and extensive exemptions were added. Second, flexibility was added. Broad, non-agricultural restrictions were replaced with conditional use, and state-owned property exemptions were expanded. Third, the authority and best practices were clarified. The Department of Agriculture is granted rulemaking authority to reclassify neonics and establish the best management practices. Fourth, transparency was improved. Advanced notifications required when permitted exterior applications occur near managed pollinated habitats, schools, or municipal property. This is not a ban. It preserves neonicotinoids as a tool when justified, while addressing documented harms and unrestricted use, particularly turf and landscape runoff into our lakes and waterways. Why not another study? There was a New Hampshire already studied this issue. A Dartmouth-led study was completed in 2019, and since then, thousands of peer-reviewed studies have also confirmed the same findings. More delay does not bring clarity. It allows further loss. Pollinator populations now recover on a legislative timeline. It also matters that New Hampshire is now behind. Our neighboring states across the political spectrum have already acted to put reasonable limits on these chemicals. This committee understands that when other states move and we do not, we assume a necessary risk. My closing is, I once believed that DDT would be the defining environmental failure of my lifetime. We now know that neonic pesticides are far more toxic, in some cases thousands of times more toxic to insects and more damaging to our health, soils, and water. Many of you remember when DDT was widely trusted and used and only later recognized as an environmental failure. Only after damage was done, neonics are now the more toxic DDT. HB 1431, the amendment, gives New Hampshire the chance to act before irreversible harm because of legacy. This bill is careful and collaborative. It is grounded in evidence and common sense. It reflects New Hampshire's value of stewardship, responsibility, and balance. I respectfully ask the committee to adopt the amendment and move HB 1431 to pass as amended. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative McDonald. I invite our representative to come sit at the committee table. Any questions from the committee? Hands flying up. Okay, Representative Germana, and then go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. Can you give us a sense of how would this law, if it were to pass as amended, fit into kind of the landscape of this region? Because one of the things that we struggled with is how we enact restrictions as a relatively small state. You know, it's difficult to move a market with just one state, but certainly at least if there is some similarity among laws within a larger region, that gives us more chance to kind of move things. So how would this fit New Hampshire within the context of, say, New England or the Northeast?
Thank you for your question. When I first did this bill, it kind of mirrored it after our surrounding states, Vermont, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. So that we have kind of the same rules. Then I was fortunate Commissioner Jasper set up the subcommittee, kind of designed it more to what New Hampshire is, the basic things like the waivers and some of the exemptions.
Thank you.
Representative King, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for sponsoring this bill. Quick question. You have a section under penalties where it discusses it's a misdemeanor for a natural person and felony otherwise. Can you explain that a little bit?
If it's a company doing the application, I think we should hold them to a higher standard than an individual that may not be aware of the law. The Department of Agriculture does a lot of information, licensing, and training where those folks should be educated on what the law is.
Follow up?
Yeah, I'm just curious. How do we normally go about, punishing companies? Do we go after the CEO for making the decision to use the pesticide, or the person actually doing the application, or is it usually just a big hefty fine? How does that normally? It's just weird to see felonies for corporations. I don't know.
I'm not an attorney in New Hampshire, but I am in Massachusetts, and you can go after a company as a company's general name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Bixby, go ahead.
Yes, you mentioned that there was documentation about the effects of neonicotinoids on human health. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yes, there was a study back in the, I'm going to say 2014, 2015 that Dartmouth did, where they did a sample of pregnant women, and as a result of that study, they found that there were some neonics in their system.
Follow up.
Follow up, go ahead.
And what health, what what were the health effects of having the neonics in the system?
Well, they're a pesticide, and I don't see much health in having a pesticide inside of a pregnant lady's system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and thank you for taking our questions. Do you have a sense of who is using this in New Hampshire currently and how widespread the use is?
Thank you for the question. I think pretty much everyone is. If you go into your hardware store, you can buy a can of this stuff and spray it on your plants. And unfortunately, it's one of the things where people think that the more you put on, the better it is to work, and that's not the case. There's a lot of farmers that are using it. I don't know the exact percentage, but there are alternatives to neonic treated seeds or the neonic product itself.
Follow-up?
I have a follow-up, thank you. So it's being used on food crops, or is it more people using it on ornamental flowers, or?
It's my understanding it's being used on everything.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we know the brand name of this product?
The general category of this pesticide, again, I'll probably butcher it the way I'll say it, but it's neonicotinoid.
Follow-up?
Yes, please. Thank you. But do you know what the name of it on the shelf is? I mean, that's the technical name. Would you go to the shelf in the hardware store and look for this technical name, or is it?
I believe you would look on the back of the can where it says what's inside of it. Just for general information, some of the larger stores, Lowe's, Home Depot, I believe also Walmart is working through to ban these particular toxic chemicals from sale in their stores.
Any other questions, Representative Scully?
Well,
Before
thank
you
you.
start, Representative, you may sit at your seat. Thank you.
And thank you again. So again, regarding the criminal penalties for a person, there would be a misdemeanor. So what happens, people have these things, have already bought them, and they're on the shelf. So the way the law is written now, if they use the product they already have, they could be charged with a misdemeanor crime for using it.
I would hope that the Department of Agriculture would have and their investigators would have some common sense and not charge someone with a misdemeanor for having a can of that stuff.
Thank you.
Representative Germana.
Thank you. And thank you for taking another question. So I'm wondering what you referred to alternatives. Over the weekend, I was doing a little bit of research because this is not a subject I know really anything about before today. And what I see is that neonicotinoids are an alternative to previous forms of treatment, right? And so the previous forms of treatment were highly detrimental to human health. Neonicotinoids are supposed to be less harmful to human health. If we were to restrict this use, what alternatives are there in the market that individuals can use without having to go to a licensed applicator?
Thank you for your question. There's folks that are more expert than I am on the alternatives that are present today. If you could hold that question for them, I'd appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
sir.
I appreciate that.
Representative Potenza. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be back. I was wondering if you're familiar with, if you don't have this information, I do. Many companies like Lowe's and Home Depot, Miracle Grow used to have neonics in their stuff. That's all been removed. There's ample study through NIH and all of that of the problems with it. Are you familiar with that? That they've been systematically making statements for several years now of removing all of that off their shelves?
Yes, I've also read that, and again that's more, I think, supporting evidence of the danger of this toxic chemical, this toxic pesticide.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Bixby.
So, not having had a chance to read the amendment yet, I'm just wondering how the enforcement of the use by licensed people only is going to be managed. Is that is it going to be a ban on sales at that prevents people who are not licensed from getting hold of it through retail channels, or is it going to be a point of use, determining that someone is using it in outside and when they don't have a license?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think the enforcement angle will be up to the Department of Agriculture and their investigators or their personnel that do that type of enforcement on other pesticides that are banned in New Hampshire or restricted in New Hampshire.
Follow up.
So did you set the enforcement to be done through rulemaking?
This bill allows the rulemaking to be done, yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Representative Howard. And first, before you start, Representative Kennedy, please take your seat. Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Howard.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So besides the sort of non-specific danger to humans, there's also a systemic nature danger as well, right? It's harmful to other insects that and has a huge impact on the ecosystem. Is that correct?
Yes. It's really harmful to a lot of things, but it really harms bees, the pollinators. When they go onto these flowers that are treated with the neonic toxic pesticide, they return to the hive, and they can infect the entire hive just by coming back and going into the hive and being associated with the other bees. In addition to the all the other insects, the runoff into our lakes and rivers, and also the permeation into our soil. I can remember as a young boy going out fishing and taking a shovel and digging into the dirt and being able to pick up some worms. You can't do that today. The worms out there, and I think a lot of it has to do. I feel a lot of it has to do with the neonics.
I don't know. There's a lot of worms in my garden.
Really?
Anyway, sorry.
Thank you.
You have a follow-up? Yeah, go ahead.
So
That's where they all went.
keeping that in mind, why the exception to the amendment?
As I mentioned, we set up a study committee, and we listened to both sides, pros and cons, and we tried to come up with a reasonable, common sense bill that everyone can deal with. And we had some great people from the Department of Agriculture on the committee, well-qualified people, a person that represents the public, the state entomologist, and these are the exemptions that we came up for. I received some calls with some concern from the lumber industry, the veterinary care. I believe you might have got a letter from those folks, and that's where these exceptions came from.
Okay, Representative Bixby.
So does the Board of Pesticide Control and the department now support this, or are they neutral?
I believe they're probably going to be neutral, but I feel confident that the subcommittee would support this bill that we came up with.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members? Thank you, Representative McDonald, for introducing this bill and bringing forth an amendment with some very good thoughts behind it.
Thank you, Madam
Appreciate it.
Chair.
And at this time, I would like to call David Rousseau, New Hampshire Department of Agriculture. And you've asked for 5 minutes. We've got a lot of pink cards here, so hope we can get through these.
Good morning, Honorable Committee.
Good morning.
Agriculture. Good to see you. I'm David Rousseau. I'm with New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. I oversee the Division of Pesticide Control. The Pesticide Control Board was mentioned. The board is a 13-member board that can adopt rules and set policy for pesticides. I don't work for the board. I'm not on the board, but I work for the board. If I may just hand out, if it'd be okay.
Absolutely.
One page
We love paper.
description.
The more, the better, right? No, just kidding.
They are a very wide class of pesticide. They do have a lot of uses. So I think for the discussion on this topic, it's important to understand that there are a number of different products, a number of different uses. And I'll try to be quick, keep it under 5 minutes. I think I can answer some of the questions that were posed to Representative McDonald. Thank you. So I just wanted to put a quick one sheet together so you understand. I'm sure you've done your research, but this is a perspective if I were to identify what neonicotinoid is. It's an insecticide used in a wide variety of crops, turf, ornamentals, pets, like flea treatment, and other residential and commercial indoor and outdoor uses, and that's an EPA description. Neonicotinoids work by disrupting the nervous system of insects. There are two groups. There's a nitro group and a cyano group. The nitro group, a little more toxic than the cyano group. Cyano group's a little less toxic. And that's important to the discussion because if you just look at neonic as one pesticide, which it's not, there's a number of them, then the less toxic should be considered, I think, a little different when we talk about restrictions. And then another thing I wanted to bring to your attention is this New Hampshire pesticide classification. General use products are available to the general consumer, so people can go purchase general use products without a license. They can use them without a license, whether it's at a store or online. Restricted use is a classification where you need a license to buy and use those products. And we are remaining neutral on this proposal. And I appreciate Representative McDonald approaching the Department of Agriculture, and we were able to have this discussion of most of these neonics are general use right now. So if they're made restricted, then it would only be available for our licensed community, which makes sense for the exterior uses. Of course, the farmer typically has the license to use these materials and is probably the most educated in regards to the exterior use. So we would certainly want to protect the availability of those materials for the agricultural sector. So understanding the concern of pollinators and water resources, it's appreciated that the bill sponsor reached out to the Pesticide Control Board to review and discuss the proposal. As mentioned, 3 members of the board and some of the division of pesticide control met with the primary sponsor, as well as the individuals of the public, who I'd like to also thank for bringing this concern forward. And recommended review and action should be by the Pesticide Control Board. So if there's any message that I can relay from the Commissioner of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food, is that the pathway already exists for the Pesticide Control Board to place restrictions. And it would be helpful if we could restrict it at the rule level because it's more uniform to what we do now. We do have a section in the rules where there are restricted products listed and we can identify what those restrictions are. So if this came back to the board, it would be helpful for administering the restrictions. As noted, there are a lot of different uses, including pet protection products, not just lawn and turf and ornamental care, but there are some other uses. And again, rulemaking is a regulatory pathway that already exists. We can place restrictions through the rules that can come through the Pesticide Control Board. So again, we're not in opposition to the general intent of restricting. I can try to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director. I came in a little bit late at the tail end of this, but we have a pesticide control board, and aren't they the ones that we have that set the policies for our pesticides for use in New Hampshire? And they have the ability, as you just said, to restrict use and other items, and also to just not allow certain pesticides into New Hampshire. Can you just explain exactly that?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So the Pesticide Control Board has rulemaking authority. And these restrictions have been brought to their attention. They do have an interest right now, and they can follow through their rulemaking path to identify what restrictions are determined appropriate through rules. So that exists right now.
Follow up.
Thank you. Has there ever been a case where they have actually restricted use of any pesticide in the state of New Hampshire that is allowed elsewhere?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I have a question. My question is, why would we need this bill in place if you're doing that job?
The topic was brought to our attention. It elevates the concern. So if the bill were to identify that the pesticide control board is to restrict, review and restrict as appropriate. I think that would be helpful. Another piece to that is the board often heavily relies on the federal decisions. And so the United States Environmental Protection Agency, which oversees the registration of products at the federal level, in 2020, okay, we're getting on 6 years, they had identified that there should be some restrictions. But the board relies on the federal a lot. When they move a certain way, then usually they'll adopt that way of movement. So if that's helpful.
Okay, Representative Bixby and then Potenza. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Potenza, then you're next, and then Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I know that you, of course, it has rulemaking authority, but in a sense, the laws are put here through the legislature, and then, of course, rules come from that. So there needs to be, in a sense, enabling legislation. You guys just don't go make rules unless it's based upon, it's supposed to be anyway, work like that, correct? It's supposed to work on a law. Unless, of course, there's something coming down maybe from the,
Yeah, in regards to pesticides, the board can actually move ahead with a restriction without a bill being in play.
Okay.
I think today and this whole discussion has elevated this discussion in New Hampshire. So the board could say, based on what we've already been doing, review and research with Rep. McDonald, obviously there's a concern, bring it back to the board would identify what restrictions make sense to protect pollinators and water resources. So the board can actually move ahead without a bill.
Okay. Follow up.
Follow up.
Are you familiar with the kind of the history on this, where when bans started in 2013, European Union basically started that. In 2018, it was completely, 3 kinds of the neonics, there's many kinds, were completely banned. Seeds, you can't, it's like you can't wash them out of that. That's why, of course, those are ingested. So it's not just pollinators. There's a lot of human health. Are you guys all familiar with the states and the countries that have already banned them going back to 2013 and 2018?
Certainly the issues are tracked both locally and globally. I do identify that we take more stock with the United States review, and just to identify the Office of Pesticide Programs under EPA, there's about 600 folks. In the EU, when you really dig deep, you're going to find about 60 professionals. Not to say that 60 people can't understand the depth, but I think the United States approach, which allows risk, it's in my opinion, it's a more thorough review of availability and of use.
And based on your knowledge, experience, for the places that have restricted or banned these items, what has been the fallout in terms of, has it affected the quality of crops that have been able to grow, or affected their agriculture negatively or positively? Do you have any kind of information about the trends of what has happened in places where neonics have been banned or restricted heavily?
Certainly. One of the examples that was brought up in a review with the Connecticut educator who has been involved with neonics since their development in the 1990s, beets in Europe was one of the examples where the best product was a neonic. And I think they actually allowed that certain use to address that concern. So that was a concern where you had a product that worked really well, made sense. And the thing with neonicotinoids is they're lower mammalian toxicity compared to some of the older chemistries. So that's one point globally. Locally, we're just seeing a lot of states, not a lot of states, there are some states in the Northeast that are moving towards restrictions. So I couldn't really answer to what the trend is right now as far as the impact of a ban. I think it's my understanding that most states, when they do put restrictions on, it's allowing the use for agriculture and removing the use for things like turf care.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. So getting onto that sort of the regulatory environment in the Northeast, you mentioned that there are some states in the Northeast that are currently have put in more restrictions than are there at the federal level. And I was wondering, are those restrictions on the sale or on specific use at the general use level, or are they? So how is that managed in the other states nearby? And one thing that comes up when we talk about banning something is, well, you can just go to the neighboring state and buy it off the shelf. Are we now that place where you can buy it off the shelf when our neighbors have restrictions?
Wow. I'm not aware of any examples. But when a restriction is placed on a pesticide by rule, then it becomes a state restricted product. And if an individual wants to sell that product to a licensed individual, that would be the restriction. It has to be sold to a licensed individual. The dealer has to be licensed pesticide dealer with the state of New Hampshire. So if I wanted to buy a restricted product, if it's state restricted, I would show identify to the licensed pesticide dealer that I have a license to buy and use. So that's how that's managed.
Okay. So,
Follow up yet?
so follow up. If we made it restricted use, then it could only. Part of the definition of restricted use is that it can only be sold by a licensed dealer, and the dealer knows that their license says they can only sell it to a licensed person.
Correct.
And follow up.
Go ahead.
So that would then make it not possible to get it off the shelf at, say, Aubuchon's or whatever. And
Yeah, so the management of a restricted use pesticides, they can't be out in general circulation. So if you go to a store, you won't find them, available to pull off the shelf. They would be in a separate location, locked, and managed by the licensed dealer.
so follow up. So the effect of this bill would be to basically restrict the sale to licensed dealers and the use to licensed applicators.
For certain use, for the exterior uses, that's my understanding. That's the goal, is to get it out, the general consumer use outdoors. That's my understanding.
Okay, and then so like usually, like the use on pet is like a flea preventative would be an exception to that.
Correct.
Okay.
So what has happened in the past when a pesticide has been made restricted use or given that determination? To what happens to the businesses that already have that on stock? What do they do with their inventory?
Typically, the manufacturer will take them back. If not, then there's a disposal plan. We often, the state, with other states, sometimes consulting on a method to remove that material, whether it's through a vendor that will accept it. Sometimes they can go to household hazardous waste collection if there isn't a whole heck of a lot of them. But that's typically how it managed. And I think most of your manufacturers are very good stewards of their products. They'll take them back when that situation arises. I believe that's what we're seeing in other states right now that do restrict.
Okay, thank you. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry.
And thank you, Director, again. Just listening to the discussion about restricted use and non-restricted use. I know that some of these products are probably already a restricted use product in some cases. Am I incorrect or not?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of which neonics are general and which are, most of them are actually general use. But
Okay, thank you. So if we, may I?
You may.
Thank you. So if we categorize these as restricted use products and they now have to go through a licensed dealer, does that usually increase the cost to the purchaser, because now there's verifications and other things that have to be done and things like that? So you may not be able to answer that question, but to me, in my mind, when you're buying a restricted use product, the price is usually a lot more than when you're buying a general use product.
Correct. Restricted use. I can say restricted use products typically are more expensive than general use, and also identify that agricultural products are very expensive.
Okay, Representative Scully. And then Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My apologies for missing you before.
It's not a problem. Thank you for allowing me to ask my question. from my perspective, one of the most important things we should always do when considering legislation is ask the basic question, is there a demonstrated need? In your professional opinion, is the use of these pesticides in New Hampshire so adverse to our pollinator population that these products should be banned?
Restrictions, I would recommend, and I would base my presentation to that fact on what the United States Environmental Protection Agency's already said, that there should be restrictions further than what they are right now.
May I ask a
Sure.
follow-up?
Follow
Thank
up.
you. Regarding your ability to ban pesticides with rules, is it within your power to also impose penalties, civil and/or criminal?
So the enforcement component of our program typically deals with the fines that go up to $1,000. We can fine up to $1,000. Once we get into misdemeanor and felony, we always pull in the Attorney General's office, but we do have an enforcement component. I'm glad you brought that up because that already exists in the statute now, the ability to fine and deal with misdemeanors and felonies. But typically, the work that we do, the highest level we get to without bringing the Attorney General are fines up to $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go back to the laws versus rules question. Should the legislation that comes out of this committee, in order to get the best outcomes, should the legislation be more of a guidance for the rules? Is there a way for us to stay involved or to influence the process so that it's, because we've run into, I might not understand the process perfectly, but the problem that I've seen with this before is that if we don't legislate, then we're sort of out of the loop. So is there a way, is there a better bill that could come out of this that would guide the
If I
process
could,
better?
if I could quickly find it. So my understanding, and I'm not a lawyer, but when I look at I guess it's line, oh, this is the revision. I'm sorry.
I think, well, you can reference either, but, we will be, I believe we will be as a committee, considering the amendment because there's obviously a lot of input from other parties that put that amendment together. So I think that makes kind of the bill perhaps a better bill. So if you want to speak to either, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. There is a line that says the Department of Agriculture shall reclassify neonicotinoid pesticides as restricted use and shall limit their application to state certified applicators only. And when I read that, I interpret that as do this now, and this is what we'd like you to do. And I think that's helpful if trying to move this along.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you very much.
Okay, Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director, for taking my question. And I'll kind of preface with the question, and then I'll fill it in, and that is, do I understand this correctly? When I was doing research again over the weekend on this, it seems to be that there are two different approaches to regulating these chemicals, right? One is kind of, I'll say, kind of maximal freedom. Anyone can use it unrestricted, and then gradually you kind of introduce restrictions, as opposed to a different approach, which is that you begin effectively with a ban and introduce exceptions to the ban, right? That seems to be part of the difference between Europe and the United States, where the European Union, for example, has a ban, but then there are exceptions, for example, with sugar beets, as opposed to our approach, which tends to be kind of maximal allowance, and then as we go, we introduce restrictions. So I just, am I correct in saying that those are the kind of the two different approaches to thinking about regulating these substances?
The former I'm more familiar with. The latter of banning and then allowing exceptions, I'm not familiar with that method. It seems like it's more difficult to ban something and then say that now it's okay. May I follow?
Well, because, and I thought this came up before because I believe it was in part of your testimony referring to, for example, beets in Europe. And that's my understanding, is that when they introduced the bans that Representative Potenza referred to earlier, it was a pretty across the board ban to external use, to outside use. And then as it seemed, for example, with sugar beets as an important commodity there, they introduce gradually exceptions where it seems to make sense to do that.
Mm-hmm. when we talk about agriculture, I think it's dangerous to throw out a ban and then stop making exceptions, because what you have is that agricultural enterprise is probably going to say, we're not doing those crops anymore. And then get out, change the direction, and then find out, oh, now it's okay. And that was our, that's where our expertise was. I have a problem with the all right ban, without, I think the review by the board is the best route to go to try to identify what the restrictions should be.
Thank you.
Representative Haskins, you had a question? No? Okay, sorry. Anyone else? Thank you very much for your testimony, your expertise in the topic. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll be reaching out to you with any other things that come up as we continue our discussions. Thank you. There's an Andrea Limareau, I believe, from New Hampshire Lakes. Good morning. And 3 minutes, please.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Andrea Lamoureux, President and Policy Advocate of New Hampshire Lakes. We are a statewide nonprofit organization. Our mission is to restore and preserve the health of our lakes. We represent about 150 lake associations and a couple thousand individuals throughout the state. I am here today to speak in favor of this bill, and we support this bill for many of the reasons that have already been discussed. The impacts to insects, aquatic invertebrates. So I won't rehash all that. I just wanted to add one thing to the discussion for your consideration today. We support the reduction in the use of neonics for the potential impact on the aquatic environment, specifically our lakes and rivers. There is emerging science showing that there may be a connection to the changes these insecticides do to the aquatic ecosystem could favor conditions that support cyanobacteria in our lakes and rivers. And I'm guessing at this time you've heard about cyanobacteria. It's a bacteria that under certain conditions can bloom in our lakes and rivers, and some forms of it can be toxic, causing public health concerns for those of us who use the water, drink the water. Blooms can make the lakes very unappealing and can impact tourism, property values, and down the line. So we are thankful to Representative McDonald for bringing this issue forward, this bill and the next bill, and urge you to support it. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. Is there any particular neonic? Because there's two different groups that Mr. Rousseau referred to, which is the nitro group and the cyano group. Is there one group or the other that in particular may impact cyanobacteria in our lakes?
Thank you for the question. And full disclosure, I'm not an expert in this area. I'm guessing there may be others in this room that can answer that, but I would also be happy after this hearing to go do a little bit of research and get back to you.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I just want to see if I can figure out the connection between the neonics and the cyanobacteria blooms. So the neonics are harmful to the aquatic invertebrates, or some subset of them. Are those aquatic invertebrates something that typically keep the cyanobacteria under control?
This is a really great question. And so we understand that some forms of these neonics can be toxic to sort of the base of the aquatic food chain, so the zooplankton. Really can't see them, but really important part of the base of the food chain. And so, and I explained this a little bit in the testimony letter here, but they are toxic to the zooplankton, which form the foundation of the food web. The reduced abundance of zooplankton and here it is here, reducing the natural grazers of the algae and then altering the community may allow the other organisms to thrive, so allow the cyanobacteria to thrive. And I can follow up with a little bit more specific information because I know that wasn't completely clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony this morning. Kyle Lombard from New Hampshire Division of Forests and Lands. Good morning and welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
My name is Kyle Lombard. I'm a forester and a forest entomologist for the Division of Forests and Lands. And I was part of the team that worked with.
Oh, you have to be at the microphone, and if you have a handout, please hand it out.
I have one copy, and I'll read it into the.
And then give it to the clerk. Thank you very much. Okay. And is the microphone on? Yeah, there you go.
Good morning, Kyle Lombard, New Hampshire Division of Forests and Lands. I'm a forester and a forest entomologist with the division, and I did work with the team that Representative McDonald had to develop the bill, and we were really close. The additions in the new bill is good, and we support like 95% of it. But today I have to oppose the bill, and as I read my testimony, you'll see why. The Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, Division of Forests and Lands, is charged with the execution of all matters pertaining to forestry, forest management, and forest lands within the jurisdiction of the state. One of our key responsibilities is to protect our natural resources for the benefit of the state's citizens, visitors, and forest industry. One of our many missions at the Division of Forests and Lands is to provide statewide monitoring and technical assistance to New Hampshire landowners with forest health issues. Pest issues such as hemlock woolly adelgid, emerald ash borer, gypsy moth, red pine scale, and so many more of today's invasive pests that are coming from around the world. As the division's forest entomologist, I have conversations with landowners all over the state regarding invasive pests and pathogens damaging their forests. One of the tools in our toolbox to combat these invasive pests, like hemlock woolly adelgid, is to apply a pesticide. We work with the landowner to help them make the best decision possible regarding the product and the application method. We want them to use the least toxic chemistry available and apply it in a way that does as little environmental harm as possible. For that reason, we exclusively recommend the use of systemic pesticides, and in almost all cases, those are neonics. Neonics at the EPA, there's 3 different categories of pesticides. The neonics are in EPA's slightly toxic category of the 3 categories. The highly toxic products are labeled with a danger symbol and are often restricted use pesticides. The moderately toxic pesticides are labeled with a warning symbol and are sometimes called restricted use pesticides. The slightly toxic categories have things like BT, which also has an organic label. And that's the category that neonic pesticides fall into, and is a major reason why we recommend them. The other reason we recommend their use to landowners is that the non-target damage is very low when applied properly. The neonic pesticides we recommend are not contact pesticides sprayed on foliage. They end up killing anything that comes in contact with whatever is on the foliage. Neonics that we recommend are applied to the base of the tree where it penetrates the bark and moves up into the tree through the xylem. No pollinators, beetles, moths, anything resting in the foliage is unaffected. Only the adelgids or scales or anything feeding in the tree, bark beetles, receive a dose. If this bill passes, it would require New Hampshire Division of Pesticide Control to amend and enforce rules that would only allow licensed applicators to use neonics. There is no state in the country that requires homeowners to get a pesticide applicator's license to treat their own property. I would need to tell the landowner the best thing to use is a neonic product because it's the least toxic and safest for non-target insects. But they would not be allowed access to it in New Hampshire, so they would need to hire somebody to do the treatment, or they could just not do the treatment. The inevitable conclusion, I know how this conversation will go, is that they're going to say, well, what can I use? I would be in an unfortunate situation of having to give them pesticide options that are more toxic and more dangerous for the environment. Neonics have become one of the most widely used insecticides in the world for all the reasons I just mentioned. With that incredible amount of use, some very high-profile mistakes get made, and the damage to pollinators or other non-target animals start the momentum of public scrutiny working in an unfortunate direction. The answer isn't to restrict one of the least toxic pesticides. People will just simply choose other options that we've been trying to get away from. And those options are really safer for the applicator or for the environment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Questions, Representative Bixby.
Yes, so a couple of questions. First, do the systemic neonics that are designed for use in woody plants come in a is the application method something that makes it difficult to use incorrectly? In other words, is it something like a stick that you a spike that you put in at the base of the tree that
There are many options for applying systemic pesticides. The one that we recommend is mixed in water, put in a backpack sprayer, and sprayed on the bark.
sprayed on the bark?
On the bark of the tree from 4.5 feet down to the base of the tree. That translocates into the bark, up into the tree.
Okay, so is there? I'm just wondering about the possibilities for misuse with that.
So we used to recommend soil applications in the old days, soil injections and broad mixing into water and dumping at the base of the tree. The reason we got away from recommending soil applications is because sometimes you just don't know where the roots of flowering plants are traveling, and if you're not careful, flowering plants can take a dose and then affect pollinators. So our recommendations are always to do some type of application that minimizes non-target damage.
Okay, and then my follow-up.
Sure.
There are in terms of the flowering, there are trees flower also. Are there restrictions on are there label restrictions on the timing of the application so that you would not be
yes, the
applying
label.
and is that something that a homeowner would be would understand clearly?
Yeah, the question about how clear labels are, many labels, when you unroll them, will be the length of this table. And it's in the smallest font possible. And so there are a lot of rules and requirements on the labels that people need to know if they're going to apply pesticides. So our expectation is that if somebody's going to use them, and our recommendation is that they understand what the label says they can do and they can't do. Now, treating trees in the forest, generally, and certainly hemlock, is not pollinated by insects. It's wind pollinated. And so most trees, or well, not most, but a good portion of our forested trees are not pollinated they don't have nectar, and they're wind pollinated.
So follow up.
Sure, one more follow-up.
So I believe it's also used for emerald ash borer, and are ashes wind pollinated, or are they?
Ash is not insect pollinated. It is wind pollinated.
Okay.
Each tree is either male or female, and it is legal and labeled for neonics are legal and labeled, but at the peak of an outbreak, we recommend a different product. Still systemic, still injected into the tree so that there's minimal non-target damage, but it's not a neonic, even though you could use neonics. Okay.
So, if I may, and before anybody else asks questions, there is in the amendment an authorized use for neonics for the application of neonic pesticides for invasive species management. Would that be a sufficient exception to cover treating forest trees?
That would be a question for the author, but our interpretation is that it only is an exception for somebody with an applicator's license to be able to treat for. If it's an exception that you don't need an applicator's license, then we would pull our objection to the bill.
Okay.
It's our feeling from reading the new bill that that landowners, homeowners would not be given access anymore to neonics, and they would have to pay somebody to do it.
Okay, thank you. Representative Comtois and then Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and taking my question. So in the amendment, I mean, there is an exception, but I think it's a little onerous. It says no neonic shall be used on any property owned, leased, or managed by the state of New Hampshire, including but not limited to state parks, forests, recreational, highway lands, all of that. And it says in order to use a neonic, if it's invasive or that there's documentation, how will that affect our state if we have to present documentation, and what is the implication of the delay with this?
The Division of Forest Lands doesn't object to any part of the section of the bill that puts requirements on the state of New Hampshire and public lands. All of the things that are in there we're already doing. They're already part of our policy. In fact, our policy is, for the most part, are even stricter than what's in this bill. And we would never be doing any treatments or forest pest management without serious documentation on public lands. The Forest Health Program has been in existence since the blister rust days of the 1920s, and we've worked on everything from blister rust through gypsy moth and all of the major pests all the way up to today's emerald ash borer and beech leaf disease. And we have 20 different file cabinets of documentation and maps, and our State of Forest Health just came out last week. If you're interested in visiting we do it annually. It comes out, it's an annual report of the State of the Forest Health, and you can go to our website and click on it. It's in a really neat format now. It's a story map form, so you can really read about what we're working on, biocontrols, and insecticides are a very small part of our program, and biocontrol is really what we work on mostly.
Thank you. Representative Potenza and then Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So pretty much the only issue you have with the bill has to do with basically a private use, correct?
Yeah, forest landowners and homeowners, as we understand the bill, would not have access to neonics anymore.
Okay, so follow up?
Yep.
So in that case, though, if they're not, where are they getting this product right now?
The internet. Anybody that buys neonics at Home Depot would be crazy. It's usually a 3 or 4% product. Everything on the internet, you get your money's worth, 70, 80% concentrated. It's for the most part, everything is bought on the internet today. And may I just speak to the what happens if the landowner is not allowed neonics anymore? Well, they're just going to go back to what they used to use before neonics came into effect in the 90s. Organophosphates, synthetic pyrethroids, all these contact insecticides that are fogged into the environment that we've tried so hard to get away from. And the systemic applications are just so much more technically targeted to a certain pest.
Thank you.
Representative King and then Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking questions. I have 3 quick questions. Maybe you can answer all of them real quick. If neonicotinoids had existed back in the day, do you think the American chestnut would still be around? Number 2, are there any trees specifically that you think would not exist today were it not for neonicotinoids that we're still managing to keep alive? And then 3, I just really struggle with the idea of whether or not we should use something that's really against nature in order to protect nature. And I'm just wondering if we were to stop really just pesticide use at all completely, would we start to look like the Amazon where just everything grows, or would it turn into monoculture where the insects just kill everything except for like one type of tree? So those 3 questions. Thank you.
Wow.
Boy. Yeah, and those questions to some extent are philosophical, but the first one isn't philosophical. Your first question about chestnut blight, that was a fungus. So an insecticide would have, it was a disease accidentally brought to North America in the early 1900s on plants that they were feeding pandas in New York. And it just blossomed and spread across North America and eliminated it before we even could figure out what type of fungicide to use. So neonics and insecticides wouldn't have been a player. And then philosophically, what would happen if no pesticides were applied anymore anywhere? It's a good question. Hemlock woolly adelgid is probably the thing that we use neonics in my world the most for. And I do know that certainly in New Hampshire on the seacoast, it's critical to keep hemlock on the landscape. That's where the damage from hemlock woolly adelgid is the worst. And landowners that want to try to keep a specimen tree in their yard, it's really important to have neonics at their disposal.
Okay. Representative Scully, you were next.
Thank you,
And
Madam Chair.
Representative Minor.
All right, you expressed a concern that banning the neonics would drive people to more toxic alternatives. So are those more toxic alternatives still available for those folks, and would be in effect, in your opinion, be driving them to use those types of more toxic alternatives?
Yes, thank you for the question. They're all available. The bifenthrin is probably the most common general adulticide that people use, and I'm sure more Talstar will get used because of it, and there'll be more horticultural oils, more insecticidal soaps that just get put onto the plant, and things resting in the plant they're contact insecticides.
Thank you.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if neonics was actually banned from pedestrian use, so to speak, wouldn't this be a toothless dog, because it would still be available on the internet, and you could still buy it?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I think the answer is yes, kind of, maybe, depending on how good your law enforcement is. Probably as we age with the internet, maybe there'll be better.
Follow up?
Sure, follow up.
But clearly today, I mean, there'd be no stopping it. There wouldn't.
But I wouldn't be able to recommend it, and I would not be able to say, well, no one's going to know if you just go to the internet and buy this, because it is the best thing to use and it is the least toxic for you. But I can't do that. I mean, so
Understandable, but I think people have the intuition and know that in fact this is a good product, and they can get it wherever, particularly online.
maybe.
Thank you.
Over here, Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can you help me understand? You said that if you were to go buy it in Home Depot, you're getting 3% concentrate. If you were to buy it online, you get 70%. Is that because that 70% concentration that you're buying online, does that require a certain amount of dilution? Is that why I'm trying to understand why there would be a 3%. I assume that's diluted as opposed to a 70% concentration, which would require dilution.
Not necessarily, potentially, and the basic reason is price point. You know, you can sell something at Home Depot with a 5% concentration for $29.99. That 70% is going to be $499 for a quart. But that quart will treat 10 times or 100 times more than that $30 of material that you bought from Home Depot.
May I follow up?
Sure. Yep.
And so my question following up on that is there a danger for somebody like me? I buy a 70% concentrate online and I overuse it. I understand. Again, I am not at all, familiar with this world. So this is a genuine question, right? I mean, there's certainly, I know when I have bought some chemicals that I need for something around my home, I'm reading the directions. I'm trying to do 5 parts to 1 in order to make sure it's applied correctly. Is there a danger for the kind of the lay person who doesn't understand how to use these chemicals, who is maybe not reading the label very well, to misapply it in ways that make it more toxic by not diluting it or et cetera?
I think that's the case with every product. Every product has the opportunity to be misused, whether it's a pesticide or fungicide, on down the line. I mean, I think you gave a scenario where somebody that can't read very well, doesn't understand the label.
Well, I'd like to say I think I read well, but labels, as you said, are not.
Yeah, understanding labels is difficult, and they should reach out for help. They shouldn't be expected to to understand everything on that label very well. They should reach out to their extension agents, their forestry specialists. There's all kinds of people out there that can help them.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming and testifying this morning. And appreciate your testimony to the clerk here. Moving right along, we've got Carol Foss from New Hampshire Audubon, who's asked for 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Carol Foss. I'm Senior Advisor for Science and Policy at New Hampshire Audubon. We support this bill. And with respect to the immediately previous discussion, I hope that there's a way to kind of go back and figure out a way to deal with this issue rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater here. Extension foresters were mentioned. There may be a way to involve them somehow in all of this. I don't know what the answer is, but this is New Hampshire. We're collaborative. I'm sure there's a way. As has been mentioned, neonics are broad spectrum pesticides, which means that they don't distinguish between one insect and another. They were designed to mimic nicotine, so they act by overexciting the nerves of insects, which leads to paralysis and ultimately death. In terms of human health, which someone questioned before, there has been very little research into sublethal effects on people, but overdoses, I mean, people have actually used this as an agent for suicide. So there can be, if you take an overdose, there can be dramatic effects. In general, public awareness of insects is usually focused on the charismatic ones like butterflies and the annoying ones like insects and black flies. But insects are the most diverse group of animals on this earth. And while we're aware of insects in the air, there are hundreds and thousands of species that are out there forming the base of many food chains, pollinating, decomposing organic material, and providing really important ecological services out of sight and out of mind. Globally, insect populations have been crashing to the point that it's been named the insect apocalypse. So this bill is one step towards reducing one of the contributors to those declines. This bill takes important steps in reducing use of these insecticides. It includes some reasonable exclusions for some appropriate uses that minimize environmental exposures. Because they're water soluble, they can move very rapidly and very widely through the environment, which can be helpful when you're trying to kill something, but there's huge exposure to non-target organisms. As has been mentioned, there are multiple different kinds of neonics. They are a class of pesticides, not a pesticide. And there may be some opportunity with the forest uses to specify a few particular compounds. I know Bayer manufactures a number of neonic pesticides that have various trade names. So there's a bunch of trade names and a bunch of different chemicals involved. I know you have a large a large pile of pink slips there, so I will end it there. But we do strongly support this bill and hope that you can find a suitable workaround for hemlock woolly adelgid and other pests.
Thank you. Representative Bixby has a question.
Yes. So you mentioned the issue of food chains. So what's the effect of declining insect populations on birds, especially songbirds?
As you may be aware, there's documentation of, I think it's 3 billion birds that have been lost in recent years. Aerial insectivores are the most rapidly declining group of birds. And there have been some studies kind of linking areas with neonic use to areas with declines of aerial insectivores. And there are references to that in my written testimony, which I will deliver later today.
Okay, via email? Are you going to send that along via email?
I'll do both. I'll drop off hard copies since you. No,
No,
just
it's
do.
okay.
Okay.
You can just do
I'll send
email.
it by
Make sure
email.
the clerk, Seth King, Representative King, I'm
Yes.
sorry, gets a copy.
Yes.
Sure, Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another question for you. I'd like to ask you a similar one to the last person who testified. How do you just wrap your head around the idea of, doing something that's really against nature as far as the insects, but in order to protect something like trees? Would you be okay with just saying, let's get rid of the pesticides, we'll lose the ash trees? I mean, what do we do about that?
Well, species were disappearing and re-emerging from the landscape long before people were here. There's been research done in the pollen record in deep sediments in lakes that show that hemlocks disappeared for X thousand years and then came back. So there would definitely be changes on the landscape. If people weren't here and didn't have particular interest in maintaining particular species, insects would evolve. They would attack particular plant species and things would wax and wane. There's no such thing as stasis in nature. So something would survive with or without us and our interventions.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on Representative King's question, do you agree that in fact if the insects were overpopulating, the building material industry would also be in dire straits, and building materials would go through the roof? Not that they haven't already, but it's a long-term effect. It isn't like if we control one thing, we're not going to have issues with another. Do you agree with that statement?
Can you restate?
Well, if okay, I'm trying to make it a little clearer. If we did nothing with the did nothing with the pesticides to eliminate the bugs that destroy hemlock and pine, the building industry would collapse because that's mostly what houses are built of.
Here.
Yes, in the United States, I agree with that. But I think that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about worldwide at this point. The point I'm trying to make is the industry would collapse. Housing is bad enough as it is expensive. I mean, it would just this problem keeps on. It grows exponentially. So at some point, we have to control insects. Would you agree with that?
Specific insects that attack specific plant species. I mean, it's all about us. It's all about humans and what we value in the environment and what we have an economic value for. As I said, if we weren't here, these things would come and go. And there are many other threats to tree species. Fungi have been mentioned. There are bacterial diseases. There are wilt diseases caused by viruses. So we're not going to control all of them. I don't have a problem with very targeted uses, and I don't have a problem with trying to find a workaround for the issues that Kyle raised.
Thank you.
Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking of what survives and what doesn't, I'm sort of curious about the effect on birds. If this does this toxicity transfer to birds, or are birds at risk because of the waning food source?
With respect to this bill, the uses that are addressed by this bill, it's more of a food chain, food supply issue. I'll be testifying on 1038 as well, and talk more about birds at that time.
Okay. Any others? Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony
you.
this morning. Chuck Souther? And you've requested 3 minutes. And please, if you've heard something else said that you were going to say, I hope you won't repeat it.
I will be very brief. My name is Chuck Souther with my wife Diane. We own Apple Hill Farm here in Concord. It's what we do for a living. I wrote down that I was opposed to the bill. The amendment obviously presented to us this morning. Amendment is much better. I will say that. And my opposition is purely that it's our feeling that this could have all been taken care of at the Pesticide Control Board. Mm-hmm. And that's where this should have gone. And indeed, that's where it wound up when the representative approached the commissioner, who's chair of the Pesticide Control Board, and said, hey, I don't want to do this bill. Subcommittee was formed. They came up with the amendments. And that's really my opposition. I'll stop there. I've got some other issues with the thing, but I can address that at the Pesticide Control Board, which I believe one way or the other, that's where this is going to wind up.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none. So is it your belief that this bill is unnecessary because we have a Pesticide Control Board that can address the situation
Yes.
adequately?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for coming out today. We appreciate you coming and being heard. Nisa Marks. Good morning.
Good morning.
And again, if you've heard something that you were planning on saying, you do not need to repeat it. And I hope that you can be brief because we still have a lot to go through here.
Madam Chair.
Yep. Oh, sure. Representative Gruber, please sit and join us. You missed the fruit cup.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 1431. My name is Nisa Marks. I'm coming to you in two capacities today. First, I own and operate Sweetview Farm, a small market garden in Henniker, New Hampshire, that will start sales this spring. And second, my professional background is as a wildlife biologist, so I have some familiarity with the ecosystem and human health impacts of neonicotinoids. So neonics are relatively unique in that they are quite harmful to wildlife, water quality, and the environment, while actually being remarkably inefficient in their delivery mechanisms to a farmer's cash crops. There's a growing body of science, including from the USDA, that shows either no measurable impact or inconsistent impacts to crop yields when crops are sprayed or otherwise treated with neonics. Unfortunately, the effects of neonics are not limited to the target insects. They kill bees, pollinators, and beneficial insects in large numbers. Bees and other insects are really vital to farms' economic success. These are the species that are pollinating our crops. Without these pollinators, we don't have zucchini, pumpkins, blueberries, apples, watermelon, cantaloupe. I could keep going for quite a while here, just to name a handful. When pollinator populations crash, as they are with neonic use, the alternative is hand pollination, which is extremely labor-intensive and therefore very expensive. Talking about hand pollinating cash crops is not hypothetical. There are already farms in the US that have been forced to do so in areas where pollinators have crashed dramatically. And a lack of pollinators has already been demonstrated to be lowering the yields of apple, cherry, and blueberry crops here in the US. And these are three crops important in New Hampshire. As you know, profit margins in farming are tiny, and so anything that adds as much time as hand pollinating easily places some farms out of business. Neonic use isn't only killing the pollinators either, it's also killing the beneficial insects that are the natural predators of crop pests like aphids. And yes, there are multiple species of aphids and thrips that have developed enough resistance that the current set of neonic pesticides are measurably less effective against them. So I'll add in one more variable. There's a question about human health earlier. Neonic use is a human health issue, not just for farm workers who are often exposed in high doses, but also for the general public. Biomonitoring studies have shown that more than 95% of pregnant women who were tested have measurable levels of neonics in their system. A growing body of credible peer-reviewed evidence links neonic exposure in the womb to birth defects in the heart and brain. Adult exposures affect our reproductive systems, alter insulin regulation, change our fat metabolism, and more. This is an area where there's a growing body of evidence coming out of the scientific literature every year. Because neonics are taken up into the plant tissue itself, they can't be washed off or peeled away. So if you are eating anything that has been treated with neonics, you are ingesting the pesticide. I want to wrap up with an anecdote of what this looks like in practice. So at one point, my job took me out to California for a couple of years, and my office was a few hundred feet from a place I like to eat lunch. And in the days that would follow when the big farms were spraying neonicotinoids, just in those few hundred feet walk to lunch, I would see easily a dozen or more bees, either dead or in convulsions on the sidewalk. And that's just in those few hundred feet. You multiply that by the surrounding landscape and for multiple applications each year potentially, you get the idea. So little or no effect on crop yields, decreasing effect on crop yields, increasingly resistant pests. And on the other hand, we have widespread mortality of pollinators and the predatory insects that eat crop pests. We have water contamination because of the water solubility of these pesticides, and we have human health impacts. There's a lot more I could say. I'm really passionate about this issue. But the bottom line is that these pesticides should not be in widespread use, and I do urge you to support the reasonable restrictions and or a process through the Pesticide Control Board that would support HB 1431. So thanks for putting up with my passion. I am happy to take questions.
Oh, your passion is very well accepted here. Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. It's exactly what I was looking for because you've got both the professional experience as a wildlife biologist and also as a market gardener. When I think about who benefits from pesticides in general, sure, they may be widespread use, but I'm not an ecologist, but I do look into the issue quite a bit on my own time. And in my experience, my understanding, it really seems like pesticides and fertilizers and things like that have really benefited the big corporations and big agriculture, and really at the harm of small independent farmers. And so would you agree that would you agree with that? That generally speaking, the big business benefits more from pesticides and use than say small farmers?
There are certainly a lot of economic interests in pesticides, and it's a hard battle as a small farmer, and we do know that that's the majority of farms in New Hampshire. I forget the exact statistic, but it's out of UNH. That over 3/4 of farms in New Hampshire don't make a living off of their farming. This is a tough business, and it's got to be a business of passion. And it's a business of passion because we want to be outside, we want to hear the birds, we want to observe all of the complexities of what nature's throwing at us and figure out how we can partner with that to produce good food for people, right? And So on my own farm, I practice integrated pest management and, rotate my crops and keep an eye out for early detection. Neonics are often applied preventatively, meaning that they are sprayed before a pest issue is detected, which is, a practice that is having measurable, widespread impacts to all of these beneficial insects, while often not addressing a serious economic concern for the farmer. So I do think in many cases there are good alternatives. I also think that the exemptions being talked about through the amendment process here are, reasonably crafted for the uses that these do have benefits to society for.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I would remind our members that we are not supposed to ask leading questions. So while I appreciate the, what you're trying to express, we should be more mindful of that. Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I'm waiting for your testimony because that's kind of what I've been reading. So there was a question that was on the committee, and I have found some research in regards with, and it's really the bans that I've read are like 3 of those main neonics. 2 that are listed here that I'm not going to be able to pronounce from the department. The clothianidin and then the thiomethoxam. Anyway, so but there's 3. And I have found studies, and I wanted to see if you've seen them too, where bird populations have actually regenerated and come back to areas because they now have a feeding source after these were stopped in certain areas. Like, of course, I talked about country bans. There's certain states, but there was a test site that was just unbelievable. And it was basically like no more birds and insects. And after they stopped using this, it all kind of came back and refreshed. Are you familiar with that research as well?
Yeah, I don't remember the author on that study, but
Okay.
there are, I think, at least 2 studies that have shown that, nature's resilient. What we know is that that neonics themselves are contributing to population level declines in beneficial insects, in pollinators, in birds. I don't remember if it's been shown in, for example, amphibians. It has been shown in fish who rely on the aquatic invertebrates who are being killed off, because neonics are so water soluble. They get into the ecosystem easily. I'll talk more about some of those impacts on the other bill because some of them are specific to seed coatings as opposed to the uses described in this bill.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick question. Do you think at some point insects will become immune to neonics and other pesticides? In other words, will we have to keep inventing something to control the insects?
So we have seen resistance developing in multiple species of aphids and in thrips. I am not aware of resistance studies in beneficial insects, just because the economics drive research into crop pests first.
Understood. Thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in your integrated pest management, you have found other ways to control the pests on your farm so you don't have to use neonics on your farm?
Correct. Now, I farm at a small scale. I'm the only employee and currently have about a half acre under cultivation. So obviously that's different than some farms in New Hampshire. However, crop rotation does go a long way in pest control, which is practicable at many different scales. There is research out of Cornell University that is demonstrating that there are chemical alternatives that have similar toxicity levels for humans and are less toxic to non-target insect populations. I'm not as familiar with those, but they do exist. 2 of them for snap beans performed well and occasionally better than the neonic standard, and there are at least 5 alternative seed treatments that have proved as effective as standard neonics for sweet corn, which is one of the commodity crops that's quite commonly treated.
Any other questions? Thank you for coming out this morning and testifying. Appreciate your time.
Pleasure.
Jesse Dubuque. 2 minutes. That's what you said on your card.
I'll do my best. Good morning. My
thank
name
you.
is Jessie Dubuque. I am coming to you today. I own Hollow Hill Farm. It's a small commercial apple orchard in Tamworth, New Hampshire. I'm not just a farm owner, but I'm also a wildlife biologist. I work for the USDA. I'm here to talk about neonicotinoid pesticides, why their impacts on pollinators should matter to you as policymakers responsible for our state's agriculture and environmental future. For apple growers like me, it matters directly. In plain terms, bees exposed to neonics don't do their jobs well. They sometimes don't survive long enough to do them at all. Apples depend on insect pollination. Studies on fruit crops, including apples, show that neonicotinoid exposure reduces bee visitation to blossoms, leads to poor pollination, and it results in fewer seeds per apple, smaller fruit, and lower quality harvests. No amount of fertilizer or pruning is going to make up for that loss. Pollination is not just an environmental concern, it's an economic one. Pollinators contribute an estimated 20 to 30 billion annually to U.S. agriculture in New Hampshire. So here, apples are a signature crop, which we all know, supporting family farms like mine, agrotourism, local markets, and rural communities. When pollination declines, growers see lower yields, more crop variability, increased costs, whether from renting additional hives or losing market fruit altogether. From a small orchard perspective, even a few % drop in yield can be the difference between breaking even or incurring a loss. Unlike large industrial operations, many New Hampshire farms don't have the margin to absorb that risk, like previous speakers have said. I want to be clear, farmers need effective pest management tools. But the science shows that widespread prophylactic use of neonics creates long-term harm that outweighs the short-term benefits, especially when safer, targeted alternatives and integrated pest management strategies exist, which is what we use at Hollow Hill. As policymakers, you have the ability to protect both our pollinators and our agricultural economy. Thoughtful limits on neonic use, especially during bloom and in non-essential applications, would be a science-based step towards safeguarding New Hampshire farms, our food systems, and our rural livelihoods. I urge you to support this common sense legislation, and thank you for your time, considering the long-term health of our agriculture and environment in our state. Happy to take questions.
Appreciate it. Any questions?
Where's your farm? For my notes.
Sure, Tamworth, New Hampshire, in Carroll County.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate you coming out this morning.
Absolutely.
Rosemary Malfi from the Xerces Society. And please, again, if you have heard something that you were going to say, refrain from it. And
I'm totally on it.
all right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rosemary Malfi. I am the policy director at the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation. We are a nonprofit that is dedicated to protecting various invertebrate species, including beneficial insects, pollinators, and of course the habitats that they rely on. That's our mission. We're also a very science-driven organization, so we're mostly scientists. And I myself have a background in pollinator health. I am not going to go through all, I have many things in here that people have already covered, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to offer some specifics and address some things that I heard in earlier questions. Pollinators and other beneficial insects we know are declining at alarming rates across the country. I also want to hammer home that that's happening here in New England. Just decades ago, there were 16 species of bumblebees that could be easily found here in New Hampshire. Today, over 40% of those species are in severe decline or locally extinct. Of more than 120 butterfly species that are historically found in the state, 85 are declining. And many of us, I think, just have noticed this firsthand. If you ever drove a car in the 90s, right, early 2000s, you used to get windshield catch, and now that's I would challenge you to think about the last time you had to squeegee, your windshield. So we see the evidence of it around us. Neonics are a major contributor to these declines. I want to be very clear that the scientific literature is very clear on this. These are a contributor as a class. They are extremely toxic at very low doses. And again, there are the top 3 culprits that were mentioned that are in the nitro class. I want, just for perspective, an adult honeybee can be killed by just a few nanograms. That's 15,000 times smaller than a grain of salt. So vanishingly small quantities. And what I want to also emphasize is that it's not just lethality. These trace amounts can have sublethal effects, which can affect their populations and colony health over time by disrupting foraging behavior, disrupting reproduction, and immune function. So it's weakening colonies over time, and then that will lead to population level effects. Turfgrass, and so two things. One is I want to express our support for 1431. We support restricting the use of neonicotinoid insecticides because they are so toxic at such small quantities. They can be very easily misused. That is a major concern of ours. As has been already stated, pesticide labels can be difficult to read, and so we are concerned about consumer use. Turfgrass and ornamental landscapes are also specifically targeted in this bill, and these are maintained primarily for aesthetic purposes. So in our view, this is a totally unnecessary use of neonicotinoids. They just don't need to be used in this context and are potentially dangerous for pollinators and other beneficial insects. And I also just want to emphasize that we are seeing these things in the environment. There isn't a lot of great data from New Hampshire. I've looked, but from neighboring states, we are seeing harmful levels to aquatic life in like Connecticut rivers, like Norwalk River, Connecticut River. They have been thoroughly tested. I can send you the report if you would like to see it. That was conducted by UConn. And the headwaters, at least for the Connecticut River, are right here in New Hampshire. So we are seeing damaging levels in the environment. That also includes some bee-collected pollen from Vermont and Massachusetts. We're seeing it there too. So in sum, we obviously support this bill, and I'm here to answer any questions. I think the one thing I wanted to address was an alternative in turf management. A question came up, I think, pretty early on about alternatives. It's my understanding from talking to turf experts that neonics are kind of being phased out of turf management anyway. That's in part because grubs are developing resistance to neonics, and many people are switching to a class of insecticides called diamides, which, while not a perfect substitution because all things carry risk, they are much less toxic to bees and they're less mobile in the environment. And happy to take any other questions.
Thank you. You had mentioned studies coming out of Connecticut and other places. Do you know of any studies UNH or UNH Extension has done?
I have not been able to find specific empirical data that's been collected. There was a 2019 study conducted. It was a very large review. It's possible there's some information in there, but I'm not aware of recent sampling.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you, and appreciate your expertise in this.
Thank you.
Yep. Kaylin Graber? I'm sorry if I mispronounced.
That's okay. It's Graber.
Graber.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be really fast. I wore this T-shirt today. I was going to dress up, but I wore this T-shirt instead because it says we are hemorrhaging species in New Hampshire. This is from, I have a loud voice, but I'll speak into the mic. This is from a New Hampshire Bulletin article from just a few years ago. And I'm a nurse, and as a nurse, when I see that word hemorrhaging, what I think of is an emergency situation. So I encourage the committee to really think hard about the crisis that we're in right now, not just with a lot of animals, but especially with the insects, and that we need to move forward and away from pesticide use in general. Pesticides, don't work over time because of resistance. The pest species become resistant faster than the beneficial species because they tend to reproduce more. So they produce the mutations that lead to the resistance much faster. It is time now to get away from pesticide use just in general. We were talking about some philosophical questions, what would happen if we eliminated pesticides. And I think what would happen is that we would develop nature-based solutions. Nature keeps itself in check, does a very good job. We always feel like we have to do something, but nature does an excellent job of keeping itself in check. Ecosystems function like a machine, and things change over time, obviously, but we don't really need, we need to focus more on sort of harnessing the power of nature to control our pest problems, our pest issues. And there's farming methods, there's all kinds of new innovations, for regenerative farming and things like that. So there are alternatives. And so I just want to encourage the committee, just as we're hearing the testimony about pesticides in general, that we think about sort of the direction we're going to go into in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Howard.
Oh, I just one quick question.
Yeah.
In the when you talk about cycling through, the solution being let nature take its course, isn't that a lot to ask of a farmer who lives one lifetime to have a solution that may take several lifetimes?
Well, I really think that we have to think about what we've gotten for all our pesticide use. I mean, since Silent Spring came out in the early 60s, pests have increased. We have more mice, we have more rats, we have more ticks, we have more mosquitoes, we have more agricultural pests. So this is where we are. And pesticides, we didn't stop using pesticides after Silent Spring. We increased our pesticide use after Silent Spring. It went up, it peaked in like the early 80s, and it's been, it's pretty much continuous ever since. And this is what we have, it hasn't done us any good. We've lost a lot of beneficial insects are crashing, and our pests are increasing. So they're benefiting. So, and farmers, there are, yes, I think that there are, maybe some, there are places where pesticides might be helpful. I mean, maybe as a tool in the toolkit, but certainly getting away from them and phasing them out and adopting, regenerative techniques that will result in, better crop yields and better human health and, over time. So I think it'll benefit all of us, including farmers.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Francie van Mertens.
Thank you. Would it be proper for me to, or allowed, I respectfully request that I yield my time?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. But we're really happy you came out this morning.
Could I just say one thing?
Sure.
One sentence. I'm going
Up to the mic then. That's so the folks at home can hear.
I greatly appreciate your flexibility. I was going to talk about our native bees and how supersonic pollinators they are. One particular species, the blue orchard bee, it takes 243 of them to pollinate 1 acre of apple trees. How many honeybees does it take? Over 1 hive. That is thousands and thousands and thousands of worker bees. And neonics are showing up in honey because neonics infuse pollen and nectar, and those are the only 2 food sources for pollinators, especially native bees, are super species for pollinators. Thank you. I'm so grateful.
Thank you. Okay. Our last pink card, David Trumbull, from where?
Oh, I think I yielded my, I was hoping that I yielded my. There should have been a card for me. Okay.
I don't. That's my last pink card for HB 1431.
Yeah, I had a big card for you, to John.
Oh.
I set it up on your table, ma'am.
All the rest I have are for 1086. Nope.
I thought I filled out one. I don't know.
For the next bill, perhaps?
No, I thought it was 1431.
Nope, don't have any more. But if anybody wants to speak, fill out a pink card and let's do this quickly because we're already quite late. So is there a David Trumbull? Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. Good morning, committee members. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware. I'm also the owner of Good Earth Farm, which is a certified organic farm. This is my 40th year being a certified organic farmer in the state. I'd like to talk about 2 things. The first is I want to talk about the danger to the entire ecosystem of these pesticides. Let's look at land ecosystems and water ecosystems. These pesticides go after the creatures that we would see as the lowest in the entire food chain. And in the land, it's the insects, and in the water, it's the zooplankton. The insects are important. They make up over 80% of species on the land. They also, besides pollinating, are the foundation of the whole food chain. That's why you see the impacts on birds and eventually working its way into humans. It's because without the impact of these on insects threatens the entire food chain.
what would happen if the ecosystem collapsed? What would happen if we didn't have insects? The biologist E.O. Wilson said without insects, human life would end within a matter of months. So if you're making plans for this summer, and the same thing happens in the aqua ecosystem. This materials end up in the groundwater, which goes into the lakes and the streams, as you've heard. What is a zooplankton? So we have phytoplankton, which are plants. Okay, but fish don't eat plants. Zooplankton, essentially, which is small, tiny animals, eat the plant planktons. The fish eat the zooplankton. So in other words, there's this food chain. These pesticides go after the smallest things in the food chain, on the land and in the water. The impact is that they threaten the entire ecosystem, which means they threaten our very safety as human beings. The second thing I wanted to talk about is, well, what are the alternatives? The question has been asked, what would we do if we didn't have these things? I think that's the question assumes that we could not possibly think of doing something else than asking large multinational corporations whose goal is to make money to come up with solutions for problems. That's where we end up with our problem. If we invested in state-sponsored research to do these sorts of things, we would have alternatives that would be safer. The federal government doesn't support research very much for sustainable and organic farming. They let the companies run basically the EPA, who is telling them, allow these to be used. That's the answer to your question, is that in the long run, we could come up with alternatives if we focused on that as a society. But even in the short run, there are studies they banned these in Europe, and somebody said, what's the impact on agriculture? And the studies from France show that the agriculture is doing fine there. Part of the reason is what you heard from the previous testimony. These things do not just attack that particular pest that you're trying to get rid of. They attack all of the insects. They attack the beneficial insects, the ones that they're trying to get rid of to build resistance to it. So what happens is that crop yields go down as resistance goes up. The ability of nature to respond goes down. You're better off not using these things. Now, I'm not going to suggest that everybody should be an organic farmer or that sort of thing, but there are alternatives there are, at least agriculturally, there are alternatives for all of these crops that can be used if we work on a holistic system. So those are my 2 points, is that the entire ecosystem in the land and the water is threatened. If we don't do something, we're just playing with the future. How dangerous are these? They are 1,000 times more toxic than DDT. So if you think about DDT as something that we were proud to not still be using, these are 1,000 times more dangerous. What you decide for New Hampshire is important. If you look at the states around us, 3 of them have adopted serious restrictions on use, and 2 of them have adopted bans. Some of those bans are being phased in over time. So it's like we are living in the Northeast in an area where people are looking at this very seriously and saying, legislatively, we can make a difference to protect our environment. And then lastly was the impact on human health. These are getting into the groundwater. As somebody said, 90% of pregnant women have this in their bloodstream. The studies show that the CDC does biomonitoring, and they found that over half of the U.S. population is exposed to these chemicals on a regular basis. Exactly. So I'll present some written testimony for you with giving you some of the details of exactly how toxic these are. I know the second bill is going to be about seeds, but when I read that the amount of this on one seed could kill 250,000 bees. So I want you to just think about putting in your hand 10 corn seeds you're going to go plant in your garden. That's enough to kill over 2 million bees. And anything that kills bees kills all of the other insects. Just 10 little corn seeds. Imagine trying to be a farmer who's planting bushels and bushels of seeds in their field. The impact on the ecosystem is enormous. And it's difficult. I understand there's economic implications, but if we don't do something, we threaten our very ecosystem, which has to be considered as also an economic consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is real quick, but do you think that with the recent announcement that the EPA is no longer going to be considering the impact on human health, but rather only the impact on businesses? Does this concern you that we're going to move further away from responsible practices that are focused on human health?
Yes, I was very concerned when the head of the state pesticide board said that he would defer to the EPA. As you said, they just announced yesterday they're no longer looking at human health when they're deciding what to do with pollutants. They're not going to consider it. If mercury kills people, they don't care. If particulates kill people, that's not going to be considered in what they do. So how can you trust an agency that is that callous with human life, let alone has no interest in the environment?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Howard.
I wasn't really going to ask, thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't really going to ask this question because it sort of seems a little bit obvious, but DDT didn't have success banning DDT until there was a direct line drawn to very specific human results, right? So are we at risk of that here? That as long as it's just the bees, especially to a more callous agency, do we need to make a direct line to human health in order to make major changes?
Okay. Yes, I think we do. And I was trying not to repeat things that were said. So looking at, say, the water systems, there's a study in Japan published in Science magazine. Within a couple of short days of the use, zooplankton went down 83% and fish harvest went down 90%. So there is a direct line. It works. It destroys what's in the ecosystem. The same thing is true with the insects. All the bees and all the insects. The NRDC wrote a report bigger than bees, and I will give a copy to the committee. It's like 20 pages. It's got over 80 cited sources for every claim they make. They say that U.S. agriculture has become 48 times more harmful to bees and other insects since neonics were first introduced. So in 30 years, agriculture as a whole has damaged the insect population in this country almost 50 times worse than it was before. And 92% of that is directly attributable to the neonics. Also, this report goes for what you just asked for. It takes that and brings it from insects to birds and songbirds. 95% of songbirds eat insects. That's where they get their protein. If they aren't insects, songbirds will not be able to continue. So it works its way up, and that's why it ends up in the water stream. Somebody had said, well, we'll just spray it carefully on the trees. Those, I know the second bill is about seeds, but it kind of goes to your point. Only 3 to 5% of the coating stays in the plant. The other 95% goes into the soil, which means it goes into the groundwater. And that's why you have 90% of people having this in their bloodstream. So even if you carefully apply it, it does get back to humans. Something that's this toxic and this dangerous can't possibly be good for human beings. So I think there is a direct link. If we wait until everybody agrees on it, it will be too late.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Tanya Albee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee, I know you're all anxious to have this come to a close. This has been a lot of people have been talking. I'm Tanya Albee, and I'm from Wolfboro. I grew up on Lake Wentworth, and I just have a couple of points that I'd like to make, that because most of them have really been covered. But growing up on Lake Wentworth as a kid, you go outside at night, and you're catching minnows in the day. There's lots of fireflies. Everything's out there. It's abundant, and the outdoors was alive and vibrant. And now I still live on Lake Wentworth. Decades later, I don't want to tell any of you how many of those decades, but nonetheless, a lot of them, they're not there anymore. And I'm an organic gardener for over 10 years who has done a lot of work with no chemicals of any kind on my property. And yet the populations are not coming back. They're not increasing. So my good practice is not a solution. And this is what led me here today, is that there's nothing I've been doing for a decade that has been effective. And the question is why? So this led us into doing so much research that we actually hired researchers to help us, because there's so much documentation and evidence that one of the leading causes of the devastation to what I'm seeing to the water and the lack of aquatic life and the lack of birds all across the board is this insecticide. And I think to think that we're going to maybe leave it as a rulemaking, which I've heard many times today. I think there's a lot of people thinking, well, won't they take care of it? Well, if that were the case, why haven't they? Why am I here today? Why wouldn't there already have been action? Why can't our legislators take the role of saying, okay, we want action on this, and we're giving you the rulemaking privilege of following through on this, but we're letting you know loud and clear that we care, that this has got to happen, because it isn't happening. Following EPA guidelines, you know, I know some people might have a lot of respect for the EPA. I would not share in that. So, you know, I don't know that we can count on them to, when all of a sudden the outside of a seed is not in their purview. They just don't cover all these things. So what happens in my property, this is really the core of what I'm going at, which has not been brought up. If my neighbor does a practice that, because this is a very water-soluble chemical, it travels over to my property, suddenly the waterways are contaminated, my plants are contaminated, the world around me is contaminated, and I have no control or any way to manage that. What do I do? The little boundary lines that run my 6 acres, the bees, the pollinators, the fish, they don't know where they are. So unless we can educate all those pollinators, bees, and fish on where the property lines are and where it's safe, it won't even work, because it still drifts in through, it comes in through drift, it comes in through water, soluble travel, and suddenly my property is contaminated. So unless, as legislators, you take the time and effort, and I know it's painful to go through the pieces of the puzzle, but unless you do this, we are risking way more than just my butterflies and fish. We're risking our lives, because, as was mentioned, this is the core of the food chain. It's the core of what we do. But without legislation, where's the power? What's going to happen? It isn't going to be through rulemaking. So I would beg you to follow the rule. Quebec has already given us evidence. There's thousands of studies. We need no more studies. There's thousands of them. If you want all the ones I have at home, it would be so tall. I'm happy to bring them down so you can all read through them. But the evidence is clear. The consequences are clear, but so are the actions that we need you to take. So I guess I'm pleading, actually, to have you really take this seriously as a law, as a way to protect my property, anyone who wants to have their property protected, because the consequences are going to benefit everybody here. So I thank you for the time. I know that you're anxious to get out of here, get me off the microphones, and I'll see you at the next one.
Read that one.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Francie. For Francie, let me read this. This bill also focuses on lawns, turf, and ornamental gardens. Appropriately, that's where most of the neonics are applied. So when it says the turf restriction, Francie's right that this is a major thing, particularly on the waterfront and water solubility. It gets applied to the turf on the lakes. And in New Hampshire, neonics have been found in Winnipesaukee, Crescent Lake, various rivers. The testing has started and show that they are there, in addition to pregnant women, your dogs, when you treat them with your flea treatment. This stuff is pervasive. It's being used everywhere. And if you happen to like popcorn, it's even in your popcorn. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I assure you, we take every bill seriously here.
I'm sure you do. I don't want to disrespect you, because I respect, there's a lot of work that all you folks put in that is astoundingly, I respect that. And I am
even the
grateful.
ones about raccoons and squirrels and kangaroos, and
They're all
yeah.
important.
Thank you. All right, thank you for coming out today. And I have Judy Lindsay.
Do you need this card? Do you have it?
Are you Judy Lindsay?
I am.
I have your card.
Okay, that's excellent.
All right. And you are the last pink card. We are already an hour behind, so.
It's not a pink slip. This will be succinct.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Honorable Committee. Thank you for this opportunity for me to speak up in support of House Bill 1431, restricting the use of nicotinoid, whatever, in pesticides. My name is Judy Lindsay. I'm from Candia, and I'm just a regular citizen who cares about our world. These poisonous chemicals are a major threat to our wildlife, especially, and you've heard some of this, but especially beneficial insects, pollinators, bees, birds, fish, and other aquatic wildlife. As a teacher here in New Hampshire, my students used to be thrilled to see the metamorphosis of the once common monarch butterfly. There were always plenty of monarch caterpillars to collect off the milkweed plants, bring inside to the classroom, and watch them magically transform from caterpillar to butterfly. Then they would be released in our butterfly garden, a haven for butterflies and bees alike. Now, I can count the number of monarchs I see each summer on one hand. not even counting and using all 5 fingers. There's a woman in our town who used to raise honeybees and sold their honey, which was a wonderful, healthy addition to our local economy. But her bees were virtually wiped out when a neighbor used pesticides on his lawn. We know the detrimental effects of these toxic chemicals. Therefore, it is wise to reduce and restrict them whenever and wherever possible. Thank you again for letting me voice my concerns on this issue.
Sure. Appreciate having you out this morning. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you again. Yeah, if you have any written testimony that you'd like to present to the clerk. Nope. Okay. Yes, if anybody has testimony, written testimony that they wanted to deliver to the clerk, please bring it up. Okay, Representative Minor, can you grab the blue sheet up there? And as I see on the online portal for the clerk, we have 305 people in support of HB 1431, 6 in opposition, and 2 whom are neutral. And with the blue sheet, yeah, we could talk about it next Tuesday when we have the work session. So on the blue sheet, we have 6 in favor and 1 person opposed.
How many in favor? 6 and 1.
6 and 1. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1431. And we have our next hearing for Bill. I'm sorry, and I apologize for those people who have been waiting since 10 o'clock for this bill. But since they are related, we will get on with the hearing. Does anybody need like a 2-minute break for bio break? We're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we will proceed with the hearing for the next bill. Okay. Members, please take your seats. Committee members, please take your seats. We're going to come to order in a few moments. Christy, is there a way we can regulate the temperature in here? Because it's really warm in here.
I've already asked about it. I'm glad I didn't wear my
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to come to order, please. Everybody take their seats. Okay, I'm going to open up the hearing for HB 1086, prohibiting the sale of certain agricultural seeds treated with neonicotinoids. Whatever. Right. Doesn't really roll off the tongue here. And we have Representative McDonald to present the bill as the sponsor. Good morning. I'm sorry we are late. I hope that we can be done with this around noon so we can break for lunch. So I'm going to ask everybody to please be expedient in your comments.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the Environment and Agricultural Committee. My name is Representative John T. McDonald. I represent the folks in Cal District 6, which is the communities of Wolfboro and Tuftonville, New Hampshire. I'm here to introduce to the committee HB 1086. HB 1086 is directed at prohibiting the use of toxic seeds that have been treated with, I'm going to use neonic pesticides. Concerning this bill, I also met with Commissioner Jasper and the New Hampshire Pesticide Control Board. Commissioner Jasper charged the subcommittee, which was established under the previous bill, to also work on this bill with me. As a result of the subcommittee meetings and the suggestions and information received, I requested an amendment to the current bill before the committee. The current bill that amendment you should have is 2026-0068H.
That's an amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
I do not have a copy of that. Is it?
Right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking right at it. Duh. I'm sorry. Pardon me.
Thank you, ma'am. The changes from the original bill include the following. I removed transport and changed it to distribute. I added the commissioner may adopt conditions, limitations, documentation requirements, and application forms as the commissioner determines necessary to implement and enforce the waiver authority granted under the section. This particular legislation, as the one before, comes before you in a bipartisan spirit. It is not ideological. It's about stewardship, responsibility, and respect for the natural resources and our citizens to define what New Hampshire is known for. On a clear summer day, go outside, look and listen. What is different from your younger years? What's missing? When I did it this summer, I observed fewer bees flying from the flower blossom to flower blossom, fewer monarch butterflies across my yard and garden, and fewer insects. All of these experiences are greatly fading over the past years due to neonic seeds and neonic applications. One factor which can definitely be identified as contributed to the loss of these important ecological parts of our environment is the planting of treated seeds covered with neonic pesticides. Neonic seed coating is a systematic pesticide which attacks the nervous system of bugs through the treated seed. The pesticide is absorbed by the plant and distributed internally to every part of the organism, including the roots, stems, leaves, nectar, pollen, and in fruit trees, the fruit that is produced. All are becoming toxic. One single treated neonic seed can have a devastating effect on pollinators like bees, birds, moths, dragonflies, and other beneficial insects, while also contaminating our soil, water, and posing a serious risk to humans. Unfortunately, when planting occurs, not every one of these toxic pesticide seeds is successfully planted into the soil. Seeds are spilled and can become scattered on the ground, which attracts both birds and other animals looking for an easy meal, which causes further destruction to our bird population, ground foraging animals. And when the toxic seed is rained upon, the toxic pesticide is washed off and runs into our waters, and it can also be absorbed into our soil. Because these treated toxic seeds retain the potency when left behind, the risk of continued persistent damage to our fragile ecological system remains. EPA analyzed the use of neonic seeds treatments for insect control in the United States soybean production. The EPA concluded that these seed treatments provide little or no overall benefits to soybean production in most situations. Published data indicates that in most cases, there is no difference in soybean yield when soybean seed was treated with neonics versus not receiving any insect control at all. Due to a current loophole in the Environmental Protection Agency's regulations, these toxic seeds have been allowed to go unchecked. Based on the agency's position that toxic neonic pesticides are applied before the seed is planted, the EPA doesn't regulate code seeds like other pesticides. As legislators, based on the lack of the EPA oversight, we need to pass a common sense and reasonable bill, which I feel this bill is, which protects the health of our residents, visitors, and our environment. Without proper state legislative oversight, one of the most harmful toxic pesticides will continue to be used unchecked despite the many risks and harmful consequences that have been identified. I would ask that the committee adopt the amendment and vote to ought to pass as amended. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Germana.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I apologize. You probably said this in the beginning and I missed it. The amendment, it looks to me that the thing that it does is add rulemaking power.
Yes, thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for introducing the bill today.
Thank you, ma'am.
I appreciate it. Next, Alan Wyman, New Hampshire Departments of Agriculture and Markets and Food.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Wyman. I am the seed control official for the state of New Hampshire. So this bill and anything associated with this bill comes right through me on my desk and my staff. And the reason I'm here to testify is I've been instructed for reasons that I'll explain that the Department of Agriculture is in opposition to this bill. And the primary reason for that I know of is that and I think it's been made fairly clear in the previous testimony, and I expect in the testimony that's coming forward, there is a significant amount of passion associated with these issues. That translates to implementation. And to be clear, I'm not here to testify on toxicology, impacts to bees, anything of that nature. I'm simply here to provide information to the legislative branch associated with the implementation aspects of this bill, right? And it's greatly appreciated that this bill was rewritten to allow rules to address this through rules, right? So that gives us a little bit of flexibility to try to implement. You know, if the legislature wants to do this, that's your business. My business is to make sure I can implement it, right? Because if I cannot, then what's the point? So the problem I have in discussions with the commissioner and others is relative to the waiver process, the inspections, the high level enforcement that may come as a result of this. All that stuff is extraordinarily intensive. It's FTE intensive, full-time employee intensive, right? I never had an opportunity to express my thoughts on the financial aspects of this bill, which I understand may be zero as it was presented to you. I can assure you it is not zero. And if this is going to be implemented in an effective manner to minimize the concerns that are being presented by all the individuals behind me, it takes inspections. It takes, let me put it this way. There are hundreds of plots of land throughout the state of New Hampshire with corn alone, right? So every single plot of land has its own set of risk associated with the use of the seed. So I got to give a waiver. What am I going to base that waiver on? I have to see the site. I have to know what the neighbors are doing. We have to know when they're going to pollinate. If the neighbors are pollinating on certain days or in structural manner, that all has to be considered because the concern is bees. Then we have to make sure they're there's a concern associated with impacts to the water quality. Well, where's the risk assessment associated with the use of this on a particular piece of property as it relates to the surface water or groundwater, right? If I'm to give a waiver, I could give it blankly, or I could give it with consideration to the concerns behind me. To do that, it requires a lot. It requires a lot of consideration. It requires site view. It requires planning. You know, what's the plan when they're going to use it? How they're going to use it? How are they going to plant? Right? What equipment are they going to use to plant? Is it going to get aerated? What are the migratory? Right? If we're planting in an area where there's no migratory concerns, birds, well, I need to know that, right? Because if they're going to plant right in the week where we have a huge migratory, well, then I got to say no, right? I mean, potentially. So there's such a large amount of information to be considered to implement this. And we don't have that capacity right now. If I were given that capacity and we were given some time, we could develop. But that's where my division stands right now.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So a farmer has been using these seeds already. Is that pesticide chemical already in the ground?
I'm not here to testify about the toxicology or the reality of where this pesticide is. I'm simply here to testify that we don't have the capacity to implement this at a level that I'm hearing. And that's why I attend the whole hearing, because if this gets slapped into rules, well, now I'm an integral part of developing rules that are going to satisfy the public hearing process. And if my rules don't meet the demands of the legislature or the expectations of the public, that rolls out in the rulemaking process. And if the rulemaking process should roll out in such a way that, for instance, we have to have farmers hire a risk assessor, you know, before they can plant, or some manner in which I can set waivers, oversee those waivers, inspect the waivers, respond to a lot of people who may call me and say they're planting neonic seeds. Do they have a waiver? If so, how'd you look at it? What'd you do? I want you to go to this. You know, I get these phone calls, and if they have an issue, I have an issue, because that's my job. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I don't want to speak to the use of the seed per se. You get plenty of testimony on that already. You're going to get more. I just need to make sure you guys understand. My job is to implement what you want, and this is what it may take.
Do you know if other states who have implemented this kind of restriction have had the difficulties in dealing with that implementation?
So in my limited, and I want to be sure, because you guys know when I do research, I give you guys everything to the nines, because it's not my opinion that matters, it's the research. I've done some limited research. I understand that some of this stuff is getting implemented now, and that sea control officials around certain parts of the country are working through these problems. And, you know, in New York, for instance, there is a discussion about, well, to what extent do we require documentation and information to implement the waiver? What are the waiver restrictions? What are the bookends? And there's talk about environmental impact assessments. That's really the only way you're going to know, is by doing an environmental impact assessment on that piece of plot, for which there's hundreds in New Hampshire, to make a determination as to whether or not the use at that time in that moment, under specific conditions using specific equipment, is actually going to cause a problem, right? I mean, that's the honest to God truth. I can't just give waivers without having information, and I could if that's what you want me to do, but I don't think that's the point of what everybody's getting at here, right? So that's potential.
Thank you. Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I hope you can help me understand, more often than not, frankly, when we look at fiscal notes, there's a feeling that maybe they've been constructed to dissuade us from doing something. But can you help me understand how it is? I'm seeing a huge discrepancy between what you're telling me implementation would require and what this fiscal note says. That I have not seen it go this way before. So could you help me understand why the fiscal note does not contain any of the concerns that you've been raising?
And this may be a result of the odd nature of this. First, as the state control official for seed, the only reason I knew about this was because I'm on RMAC and LMAC, right? The Lakes and Rivers Management Committees. And I caught an email that way. It's not typical the legislature comes to, it has been historically, individuals right here in this room have come to me and said, hey, Al, we're looking at doing this. What are the potential issues, right? And we work together. You know, my job isn't to dissuade anybody against anything. That's not my job. My job is to do what you want. But if I can't do it, you need to know that. You know, you need to know the reasons why. And what I've known historically is these fiscal notes come to us through some mechanism, right? Well, this, I think, was a large interpretation that this may be just a pesticide issue, pesticide control board, and so forth. But the reg or the statute sits squarely in Division of Regulatory Services. The seed laws or the seed rules that would be developed sit squarely under my purview. So I think that's where this one got lost. And I wasn't brought into the process until fairly recently. And when I looked at this and I started doing the research relative to what, well, New York is about as far as I got with the time I had, was that, wow, this could really, and then only being reemphasized by the testimony I've heard today, this could be substantial on the FTE time. Like, well, think about it. That's a zero, but you know, the time and effort it takes to implement this. Think about what that would take and what you want.
Okay,
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am extremely confused right now because this bill that we're talking about, maybe you're talking about the previous bill. We're on HB 1086 right now.
I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm well aware of where we're at.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just saying the bill is 5 lines. It doesn't talk about anything that you're talking about. The fiscal note is 0. The department has had this in their possession for more than 2 months. So it's basically, the bill is pretty much prohibiting certain seeds. That's it. And there's other seeds that can be replaced. So it doesn't talk about policing. It doesn't talk about any of the things that you're talking about. Like, I know I don't want that level of bureaucracy or anything like that. But if there's an option that's non-GMO compared to a seed that is, you know, healthier, because the seed gets ingested, that's in the plant, you can't wash it off. There's huge human health stuff here. And if there's a healthier option for our farmers and that we could use, that's great. So I don't really know what you're talking about, because none of the stuff that you're kind of like the sky is falling is part of this bill.
Representative Potenza, with all due respect, I think the gentleman is trying to express that understanding how rules may be adopted having to do with waivers and what constitutes the conditions by which a waiver can be granted is something that may include inspections, enforcement, and that kind of thing. And I think that that's what the gentleman was trying to express.
I understand that. It's just we haven't, what the bill in front of us is not the amendment. So we haven't even adopted that yet. So
Yeah. Because the amendment does say, if I may, the amendment does say that the commissioner may adopt, this was a line that was added to the bill.
Correct.
That
May.
the commissioner may adopt rules under RSA 541, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct,
So
may.
yeah.
That's right,
Yep.
not shall.
Yep.
So there's no shall.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I think that the waiver, the possibility of waiver is present in the original bill, and how that waiver happens wasn't really explained in the original bill, which is why I think there was an amendment proposed. I understand that you didn't, as the person who would end up having to oversee this, you were not actually included in the process for doing the fiscal note, which means that we weren't able to alert people to the fact that, yeah, this actually needs a much bigger fiscal note. So what I'm wondering is, what kind of timeline would it take to develop a fiscal note that was actually realistic?
Thank you for that. I see a lot of fiscal notes that are not realistic. But anyway,
Thank you, Representative Bigsby. So in the Department of Regulatory Services, we have 15 programs, 6 staff, as is likely the case with many other programs throughout the state. The ability to implement legislatively required programs is tight, right? We knew this. I knew this when I came into the position. And one of the things we've been working to do aggressively is increase efficiencies, right? And to make an assessment to what are the mandated programs the division currently oversees. We're trying to rectify the issue that we only have X amount of staff to do this amount of work, right? We're working toward that. One of the things we're doing is, it's not a simple answer. I apologize. One of the things we're doing is we're required to set up a commercial feed sampling program, fertilizer programs, things that historically were lacking. But in the 2017 review that we're supposed to update in 10 years, we have to have solutions to that. So we're working towards implementing those programs. One of the things we're also doing and currently, everything we do is almost by ledger, right? I mean, it's in Excel or it's Access, but it's the same thing. We're taking in paper, we're transferring paper to electronic. It's painful. Fortunately, you guys have approved us to move forward with an electronic registration system. We registered 24,000 products. We're looking at all the labels. We're looking at the efficacy. I mean, it's huge, and we think that program will allow some freedom in FTE time to then work towards sampling feed, sampling fertilizer, and doing some of the other programs. Seed has been a big push as of late. Until that's implemented, I honestly don't know. We could certainly use, and if the biostimulant passes, we need more people. That's just the bottom line. To do the job that has been legislatively mandated of us, right? And that's my job, is to make sure I work, increase efficiencies, do the best I can to make sure that we're meeting your expectations. And that's important to me. You guys are, you dictate law. I need to follow that law. I can't just say, well, this program's important, that one's not. I mean, you guys have mandated what you mandate. So to answer the question directly, I could take a stab at it, but like as it was just pointed out, that they're not always accurate.
Representative Bixby, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, so it sounds like part of the answer to my question is it's really hard to even tell how we would make a good estimate, because your division has been so under-resourced for the last however long that you're still playing catch up with what you have not yet been able to do, which is not no blame on you. You have not been given the resources. So it makes it harder to recognize what kind of resources you might need in order to take on a whole new program that could be substantial. Are we talking, say, you'd need another staff member? Or are we talking like you'd need a dozen more staff members to oversee this?
Oh, not a dozen. We could certainly, with one staff member, start to implement. And it's also driven by the extent of the rules that we put in place, right? If we're going to put rules in place that are extensive and require this sort of oversight that I think people kind of are demanding, we could dedicate one person to doing that throughout a certain part of the season, right? And that's another issue we have. The Division of Regulatory Services works over multiple seasons, multiple programs. Having an additional staff member would be beneficial for the purposes of this implementation, as well as the possible implementation associated with other House bills that are also being considered by this committee. So it's all in context, right? It's all in context of what we're capable of doing and doing a good job. Yeah.
Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick question, hopefully real quick answer. All of the problems that you've got and concerns you've got, are those with what would happen if the amendment passes, or if the bill all by itself without the amendment, would then those problems disappear?
Well, either it's prohibited or it's allowed under conditions. Either way, if it's prohibited, it's not an issue. We don't sell it in the state of New Hampshire. We don't use it in the state of New Hampshire. If once you start setting any conditions to approval, that's when things start to blow out.
Okay.
And I understand that's the case in both. So
thank you.
Representative Germana and then Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I'm just wondering, in terms of the department's ability to plan for the future and to make these efficiencies, is the department facing back of the budget cuts that makes it harder to plan how resources are going to be used going forward?
well, I can't speak to the budgetary concerns of the department as a whole. I can only speak to my division and what we're trying to accomplish to meet the mandates of legislative mandates. That's a bigger question that goes beyond me.
Representative Howard?
Can I follow up on that very, very quickly?
Sure.
Just in terms of, but are there restrictions on the department that you're concerned could restrict the ability of your division? Because you must be working within a budgetary framework.
I guess in the context of what I explained is that, yes, my division particularly, we're going through some changes now to try to increase efficiencies and do a better job with less. That's the nature, I think, across the board, I understand, but.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To build on Representative Germana's question, couldn't we file this one under build it and they will come? I mean, if this goes into law, then you'll have something to aim for, right? Something to budget for and have your department rise to that challenge?
Well, we could budget for all kinds of stuff, but if you guys don't give us the money, it's.
Okay, I think we're straying off the
Yeah, I know.
topic here because this isn't really a budget issue. This is really more about the policy. So, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if you have the answer, but I'm just wondering because you mentioned corn at the beginning of your discussion here, your presentation. Do you know how many acres and about how many commercial farmers are growing corn at this present time in New Hampshire?
I do think that there is information relative to acreage. My concerns are irrelevant of acreage because our inspections would be associated with plots.
Representative Comtois, follow up.
I understand that, but I'm just looking at it from a purely just overview of acreage. I understand that you're dealing with plots, but I'd like to know how many, if we have that data on how many acres of corn are planted, if we have any information on that.
I could work towards that and get you an answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. Again, we are kind of running out of time here, but I do want to get through these pink cards. R. Scott Sanderson, I believe is the name, Conservation Law Foundation.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
The amendment that we were talking about on this 1086 FN, I don't have a copy of that. Is that in this blue folder?
No. It's just a single sheet.
I'll check it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Scott Sanderson. I'm the director of Conservation Law Foundation's Farm and Food Program and a staff attorney. I also manage the Legal Food Hub, which is a service that connects New Hampshire's farmers to free legal assistance. I'm here to testify in support of HB 1086, an act prohibiting the sale of certain agricultural seeds treated with neonicotinoids. And I'd like to emphasize that word certain in the bill's title. And it's because the bill restricts the use of specific neonicotinoid treated seeds that cause significant harm, but that typically fail to provide benefits to farmers. This bill is very narrow, and it uses a targeted approach that's similar to successful legislation in New York, Vermont, and Quebec. Now, you've heard a lot already about the damage that neonicotinoids do. So I'm going to avoid talking more about that. Instead, I'm just going to focus on what this bill proposes as a part of that solution. And so what HB 1086 does is it responds by prohibiting the sale and use of neonicotinoid treated corn, wheat, and soy seeds. No other seeds are affected. The overwhelming body of research demonstrates that these seeds offer farmers no economic benefits. That means that powerful companies profit from farmers without delivering value for money in this particular market. Now, HB 1086 nonetheless keeps neonicotinoid treated seeds in the toolbox for emergencies through the waiver process that we've just been discussing a little bit. And this approach has succeeded in Quebec since about 2019. Today, almost no corn in Quebec is treated with an insecticide. And Quebec's farmers, they pay less for untreated seed than they pay for treated seed. They can buy the same varieties, so they're often known as hybrids, in both treated and untreated varieties, and they enjoy steady, if not growing, yields. And that's why a panel of Quebec's farmers advised farmers in Vermont a couple years back not to be fooled by the seed industry's scare tactics on this issue. And it's also why the New York Farm Bureau described New York's approach, which is similar to this bill, as a balanced approach. So that's what HB 1086 does. I'd also like to focus on a few things that the bill doesn't do. First off, the bill, of course, is not a European or UK-style total ban. It's a targeted prohibition of specific seeds, and it allows DAMF to issue waivers. Second, this bill doesn't regulate orchardists or vegetable farmers. Again, it only regulates neonicotinoid-treated corn, wheat, and soy seeds. Third, the bill doesn't affect existing alternatives to neonicotinoid seed treatments. The main one right now is known as anthranilic diamides, the main one being chlorantraniliprole. Those are already available and they remain available. And fourth, if you were to project based on Quebec's experience, so Quebec has about, I believe it's somewhere around 1 million acres of corn. If you were to scale that to the acreage in New Hampshire, which I believe is about 12,000 acres, you would expect to see about 1 waiver request every 4 years. Now, that may not be a perfect way of projecting, but that's one way you might be able to get a sense for how demanding a waiver process might be. And then last, the bill doesn't rush the transition. So this bill, the ban in this bill, as far as I understand it, doesn't take effect until January 1st, 2029. So that should give a little bit more time for regulators, for the industry, for farmers to sort of build a path towards this. And that's what's been done in other states. So the January 1, 2029 date, that aligns with both Vermont and New York, who at this stage are collaborating to develop, well, I should say that New York is very well funded as they're developing their waiver system. And they're trying to make it very simple, very straightforward. Vermont is very much looking over their shoulder. And so I imagine that were New Hampshire to do this, those other agencies would be happy to serve as supports as well. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know if you have any documentation of what those waiver programs look like, or as they're developing them, or what they've developed so far.
I'm probably not the best person to ask about that, though I can probably connect the committee with the right people who could talk about that.
Okay. I may have my committee researcher get in touch with you.
Perfect. Yeah, wonderful.
Representative Bixby and then Representative Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. Thank you. This is getting back to the waiver again. So I'm wondering what the basis for requesting a waiver would be, because whether that's something that someone might want just sort of automatically, or if there are very specific conditions under which a waiver would be considered desirable.
Sure. So thank you for the question. So the way that both Vermont and New York structured their bill was they are requiring a farmer to submit what they're calling a pest risk assessment. And so the way that they're envisioning it is that they think that the way to think about the waiver process is in terms of integrated pest management. So what they would like to see is for a farmer to submit some sort of data about pest pressure, or about the possibility of pest pressure that correlates with the need for a insecticidal seed treatment. That information would be submitted to the agency. The agency would send that waiver back. Now, My understanding is that New York would like to line that up with an existing online system that they have. I don't have all the details about that, but they're trying to make that as straightforward as possible so that that waiver can be input and more or less evaluated immediately.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Representative Barber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me what other seeds are treated that a typical farmer would be using?
It would probably depend. Of course, it'll depend on the farmer. So there are quite a few vegetable seeds that are going to be treated. I can't speak super confidently to what would be very typical. I know that in the cucurbit family, there's a lot of different vegetables that are treated. Now, the thing that I think is difficult is I don't know the precise statistics with respect to how many of those seeds are treated. But for corn, for example, you'll see more than 95% of corn being treated. Okay. For soy, it's more around like a little bit more than 30.
Thank you. Follow up?
Sure.
So if a farmer uses those seeds, but doesn't apply or applies for a waiver to use the corn, wheat, soy, aren't we still at cross purposes here? It's an
excellent question. So the largest single use of neonicotinoids in the United States is as a corn seed treatment. So just the sheer amount of neonicotinoid used in these 3 crops in particular, very much it is significantly larger than in these other crops and the acreages across which the crops are grown. Corn again is the big one. These other ones are much smaller patches, so less total toxicity. So while it may be worthwhile to consider those other crops as well, the corn, wheat, and soy are a very big step forward.
Thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And I appreciate you sharing the acreage with us. Sure. So I understand, IPM. I mean, I think that the state of New Hampshire has done a great job promoting IPM through the state. And most farmers that I know actually implement that. My question is, and maybe I'm off base here, but you're talking about a pest risk assessment. But if these farmers are already using these neonics, they're already on their plots, they're already reducing their pest. They've already done that so that if they're looking at a risk assessment with pest, they've already reduced the pest control by using the neonics. So how do we do that?
Sure, I think that's a great question. Thank you for it. So I think the best indicator of what might happen would come from Quebec, since they've been doing this for quite a long time. They've been their neonicotinoid seed treatment restriction has been in place since about 2019, and they didn't go all in right at the beginning. They started just with neonicotinoids. Farmers, about a third of them switched to no treatments. A bunch of them went to anthranilic diamides and other alternatives. And over time, what they learned was that just those treatments were unnecessary for their farmers. They got more and more confident about it, and they've actually extended their prohibition not just to neonicotinoids but to all insecticidal seed treatments. And so that has come over the period of time when you would expect the amount of insecticide that is just held in the soil already from previous treatments to have diminished quite a bit. And so I think based on their experience, all of the data that indicates that seed treatments with respect to these particular crops, that those are typically not offering farmers benefits, I think that indicates that it holds throughout that, I guess, detoxification period for the land itself. And so I hope that answers your question. Maybe I have it wrong.
Okay. Representative Scully, and then Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming and testifying, help us understand this. On the previous bill, it seemed one of the great concerns was the impact to pollinating insects. Very important things to try to protect. Does the use of these types of treated seeds have any adverse impact on pollinating insects?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So I think you can expect the same types of problems. Now, on these seed treatments, most of the research indicates that at least 95% of the insecticidal treatment itself, the neonicotinoid seed treatment, ends up not in the plant that grows, but in the surrounding environment. And that's just a product of these chemicals being extremely water soluble. So they end up everywhere. And there are a lot of different exposure pathways because of that to pollinators. So during planting, you can have what's called dust off, where you get clouds of neonicotinoids that end up spreading across the landscape because of how planting is done. You can get exposure through the pollen of the plants that are grown from these. So while corn is wind pollinated and does not need pollinators to reproduce, pollinators do forage on corn pollen nonetheless, so they can bring that back to their hives. And there's good data on that from Vermont showing bees doing just that. You can also get exposure pathways through water or through different flowers that are on the borders of fields, right? So these chemicals spread a very long way. And I think one piece of information that often sticks with me is that there's a really interesting study out of Vermont where they found neonicotinoids in the soil of farmland that had never been managed with neonicotinoids before. So they had seen this chemical spread very far. And I think that just indicates the degree of, or sort of the widespread risk of exposure that use in general poses.
Representative Gruber. Oh, do you have
May
a
I
follow-up?
ask one
Follow-up,
follow-up, please?
and then Representative Gruber.
Thank you. In terms of the total burden or application of that the treatment of these seeds represents to contaminating, for want of a better term, the area itself, what are we talking about volumetrically versus, say, the spray application? Is it orders of magnitude less? How big an issue is this in your mind?
To clarify, are you asking about treated seed application in a cornfield versus spray application in a cornfield in particular?
Yes.
Okay, so it is certainly the case that if you were to compare an acre of treated corn to an acre of untreated corn that is later sprayed with a neonicotinoid, and that would be extremely rare at this point, treating the seed will use much less neonicotinoid. However, the counterfactual that I think is most relevant is to think about the efficacy of, or the need for a neonicotinoid in the first place, right? Again, we're finding that these seed treatments and the use of neonicotinoids in these crops is not necessary in the first place. And so what we're doing right now is we're effectively using neonicotinoids on every acre of corn prophylactically when we might only need to use it on a couple acres of corn. And so we're using much more than we really should or could be using. I don't know, I don't have a volumetric comparison for you, but I think if you were to compare use, a sort of non-prophylactic IPM-based use to what we're doing right now, what you would see is in that non-prophylactic setting, you would see a dramatic reduction in the amount of neonicotinoid on the landscape.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Gruber and then Representative Minor.
Thank you very much for bringing very clear data and information. I've heard from you and some others that neonics do not offer any economic benefits on farmers who are growing corn. I presume that means in the Northeast, which would be very different in other parts of the country. Do you have some sources of good peer review research on that so that we don't work with hearsay, but we actually have something tied down?
Absolutely. So thank you for the question. So the best information right now comes out of Cornell Extension, and back in, I believe it was 2020, they did a report where they analyzed all of the existing data available on neonicotinoids. And for corn, I think at the time it was more than 80 studies. It was something around 86. For soy, I think it was somewhere around 120 studies. It's in that ballpark. And my statements are based on Cornell's conclusions. There have been follow-up studies done in areas near New Hampshire. So Quebec has done a wide-scale study since the Cornell report, similar result there. Ontario also did something similar. And again, they had the same result.
Thanks very much.
Okay, Representative Minor. And then Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on Representative Kruger's comments or questions, what other than the money aspect, why do we still use neonics? Why do we still use it on these seeds if it's not necessary?
Thanks for the question. I think that's a wonderful, I think it's a great question. I don't have an excellent answer for you. I think my understanding is that, well, if I think about this from a farmer's perspective, the person that I often interact with when I'm making my decisions about what seeds to choose, it's going to be my seed dealer. And in general, my seed dealer has given me really, really good advice, right? Every year the corn comes up, it's gone really, really well. And that corn does have almost always a neonicotinoid on it. So I really, if I'm a farmer, I don't have any reason to question that result. I think what we're seeing is that there's a lot of information coming out of these studies through folks like Cornell, folks like agronomists in Quebec, all throughout the Northeast. And they're finding that this particular treatment on a very, very complicated product, because of course the seed is an incredibly complicated product, it not only has neonicotinoids on it, it usually is going to have a bunch of other nematicides and other pesticides on there. And then even the stacks of different genetic traits are very important, right? It's a complicated product. Where there's an issue with one part of that, and it's a very big issue, but an issue nonetheless. And so I think without regulation, it's often very difficult for farmers to get even access to an option that would be neonicotinoid free.
Follow up, please, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Thank you. So in your opinion, do you think that big ag is driving this? Do you think they're making a need for this? Because to me, and I think to everybody sitting here, it doesn't seem that it is necessary.
So thanks for that question. I think that it is advantageous for larger companies to be able to sell these products, right? They're able to make money on it. And the best anecdote I can give is from testimony that I heard from an extension, I believe it was an extension official in Vermont, and what she described was how the seed companies used to come to a group of farmers in Vermont, and they would talk about the various seeds that were available to the farmers that they would be selling. Neonics arrived, and at first the seed companies offered that as an option, and farmers were able to choose one or the other. And then suddenly one year there wasn't the option not to have them. And so based on that story, my sense is that the option was more or less taken away.
So in fact, it is market driven.
It seems that way.
Thank
Well, market driven, or I think
big ag driven.
Yeah, I would think so. I think it's supply driven. Yeah.
Representative Bixby.
Thank you. In terms of the fate of the neonics once they're in the soil, you said that only 5% gets into the plant through the systemic uptake. So that remaining 95, it's highly water soluble, so it presumably disperses to a certain extent. How long does it take for the neonics to break down in the environment, and are the breakdown products also problematic?
This is a great question. Thank you. So it depends on the neonicotinoid. So the most common two seed treatments are going to be chlorantraniliprole and thiamethoxam. For chlorantraniliprole, the half-life, if it is in the soil itself, is about 20 years. Thiamethoxam, it's about 8 years, but to your question about the byproducts, thiamethoxam, its first degradate, so the first thing that it degrades into is actually chlorantraniliprole.
Oh.
So that's an unfortunate thing. So you have an 8 year followed by a 20 year in theory. They photodegrade more quickly. So if they're not trapped beneath the soil, if they instead get into a surface water or something like that where they're exposed to sunlight, they'll degrade faster. I don't have a good number for you on that. Other folks who testify might, but it takes a while. But they do disperse very quickly too. Yeah.
Thank
you. Okay, are there any other questions? One other question, sorry, Representative Scully. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to recess this hearing until 1 o'clock. And we will come back and complete the rest of these pink cards. And go ahead, Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you so much for coming. This really has been very helpful to try to get our heads around this. If we ban the use of these seeds, minus a waiver, is there a plentiful supply of non-treated seeds available to the farmers so we would not be inadvertently hurting them by doing this?
Thank you for that question. I think this is a really important concern. So one of the reasons that I think the January 1st, 2029 implementation date is very important is that it lines up with both New York and Vermont. New York grows about 1 million acres of corn, just like Quebec. Vermont grows about 100,000 acres. In Quebec's experience, 1 million acres of corn was enough to drive a market for alternatives. And so in this case, New Hampshire would basically be going into this with more acreage of corn than was necessary to drive a market in Quebec, that being New York plus Vermont. And so I think if we're going to base things on Quebec's experience, I think we can project there being a market for it.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to recess this hearing for HB 1086 until 1 o'clock, and we will come back and continue our discussion on this bill. I know we have another bill scheduled at 1, but that will have to wait until we get through and complete our testimony. Thank you very much. We'll see you at 1.
So I was a pink card, and this is what I would have said.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I mean, I've learned so much. It's been awesome.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Judy, hi, yeah,
Yes.
it's nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
I love you.
It's fun, huh?
Yeah.
All
Forgot
right.
what it was like to sit here and just take that all in.
I'm going to ask members to please take their seats. Members of our committee. Okay, it is 12:59. We'll just wait a few seconds. Ah, 1 o'clock. Okay, I am going to resume our meeting, our public hearing for HB 1086, prohibiting the sale of certain agricultural seeds treated with neonicotinoids. Hey, I did it. Yay! Okay, continuing with our pink cards here, of which we have 6. There is a Chuck Suter. Oh, he had to leave. Okay. So we will not do that one. Excuse me. Then we have a Tanya Albee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Might recommend recognize I didn't get my from before. I'm Tanya. I'm still from Wolfboro. Is it on now? Yeah. Okay. And I'm here not representing myself as much as I'm representing the farmers, because as having a part of my family was farmers, and they were the hardest working people that I know. They shoulder enormous risk. They work long days, and they do so on some of the tightest margins in our economy. Most of the valuable benefits that farmers receive at no cost is pollination. The pollinators increase yields, improve their crop quality, support the farm ecosystems, but that benefit exists only if the pollinators exist. Neonic seed treatments kill the pollinators and the beneficial insects. This seed treatment, when we chose to go with corn, wheat, and soy, it was because those were identified as the major crops covering most of it. So while there are a few other crops that would have neonic treated seeds, these were the primary movers of that. Farmers typically pay extra for these treated seeds, even when independent studies show they do not improve yields. One of those studies is in the blue booklet I gave out earlier, which was from the agronomist from Quebec, which also showed that there was virtually no requests in the 5 years they've done the neonic-free seeds requesting waivers. So that could identify some of that question that came up earlier. So my question is simple. Why should farmers pay more for seeds that contaminate their soil and waterways, kills their pollinators, and offers no proven benefit? Healthy soil is not optional. It's the foundation of the foundation's farmer's livelihood. And it's the foundation of our food system. When we damage the soil and remove pollinators, we are challenging the system that feeds us all. We need our farmers, we need our pollinators, and just imagine for 1 second a world without either one. This legislation is a win. It's a win for the farmers because it reduces their seed costs, it preserves their soil health, protects the free labors that the pollinators provide. It's a win for the pollinators, the birds, and the aquatic life, one less chemical challenging their ability to survive. And it's a win for the constituents of New Hampshire. New Hampshire's natural world and our waterways are maintained for future generations. And this is not a radical approach. Our neighbors to the north in Quebec have demonstrated the use of untreated seeds delivers equivalent yields and costs them less. New York and Vermont have already got legislation in place, so we're not inventing something new here. We are just catching up. Supporting legislation that protects farmers and pollinators, safeguards natural resources, and strengthens long-term food security, that's practical and that's balanced. And it's the right thing to do. So I respectfully ask that you do the right thing and present this move this legislation forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Bixby.
This is a question that could probably have a very long answer or a fairly short answer. I'd like the latter.
I'm pretty brief generally.
So you mentioned one of the things on the list that you mentioned was the effects on soil health. Have there been studies showing that neonics do reduce soil health in the fields where they're used?
Yes, because they leach 5% goes into the seed. It's a systemic, goes up into that crop, and only 5%. The rest of the treatment goes into the soil. If it rains, it washes off into waterways. So it's a pretty direct equation there. It's pretty simple to see, how that will impact it. So you have things like your earthworms, which Representative McDonald mentioned earlier. You don't see as many. The the ground-dwelling bees, if I can spit it out, I really needed lunch. They are our dominant pollinators. And yet, if it's got a poison in there and it kills off all of these bees, you can see the impact right there of just that soil contamination.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming back out. Nisa Marks.
Hello again. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Nisa Marks, a wildlife biologist and owner and operator of Sweetview Farm. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 1086. So you've already heard me speak about the agricultural, ecological, and human health impacts of neonics. I'm not going to repeat all of that for this bill, although all of it applies. I do want to add a few things that are specific to when seed coatings are used as the delivery mechanism for neonics. Of seeds coated with pesticides, neonics account for 80% or more of the pesticides that are used this way in the U.S., most of which is on the commodity crops that are treated in this bill. Although there are other vegetables whose seeds are treated, that it is much easier to find alternative seed sources for those other specialty crops as opposed to the commodity crops of corn, wheat, soy, etc. Seed coatings are usually a preemptive treatment, especially for the commodity crops that are affected by this bill. That means that the pesticide treatment occurs before pest pressure is observed in many cases. Doing pest management this way accelerates the development of pesticide-resistant pests, as has been expressed as a concern, thereby undermining the objectives that prompt treatment in the first place. In terms of the economic benefits to farmers, the most comprehensive reference that I'm available is a 2020 review by Cornell University that analyzed over 1,100 studies in total, and all of which were peer-reviewed, and found no overall economic benefit to farmers from the use of commodity-coated seeds. So a single corn seed coated with a neonic, I never managed this one, clethianidin, can kill over 80,000 bees. A single seed, 80,000 bees, and have sublethal effects on many more. A single seed is also enough to kill a single songbird who eats it, which is fairly common. Anyone who's watched fields can see that birds are regularly out in the fields, including eating seeds. 1/10 of a coated seed per day during egg-laying season is enough to impair a songbird's reproduction. So with these sorts of numbers, you can see how these pesticides in treated seeds can rapidly lead to population declines. In many cases, there's actually bigger wildlife impacts from coated seeds than from the types of treatments that were discussed under the previous bill because of the dosage and the direct consumption of the treated seed by things like songbirds. Despite their widespread use, neonic seed coatings are a remarkably inefficient way to deliver these pesticides. So studies consistently show that between 90 and 99.5% of a pesticide in a neonicotinoid seed coating ends up someplace other than the target crop plant. That means that as little as 0.5% of the poison in neonic seed coatings is doing its intended job. The rest ends up in our drinking water, our streams and lakes, and our soils. To address a few of the questions that have come up, the shortest half-life of a neonicotinoid seed coating that I'm aware of in soil is a 3-year half-life, and toxicity does endure beyond that half-life. The There are peer-reviewed studies that show declines in earthworms, which perform an important function in maintaining the health of the soil. They're what brings new organic matter into the soil and mixes up the nutrients in the soil, helping make those nutrients more available to the crop plants. There's also a study of drinking water that shows that when the contamination makes it off of treated seeds and into surface water that is used as a drinking water source, which is true of, I believe, something like 37 drinking water suppliers in New Hampshire, public drinking water suppliers. Some of the most common standard treatments to make drinking water safe for human consumption, including chlorination, can actually increase the toxicity of that water, of the neonics in the water, to human health. So this is an issue in drinking water as it's persistent. To a few other previous questions. So we've talked about how EPA is not leading the charge on this issue, shall we say. They nonetheless have recognized that over 200 species that are formally listed on the threatened and endangered species list are in jeopardy of extinction directly due to the use of neonicotinoids. And that's just talking about the species that are on the threatened and endangered species list. That's not talking about the types of widespread beneficial pollinators that, have been discussed today. What else came up in questions that I might? So Maine, Nevada, and New Jersey have all banned neonics and lawn and garden products, and New York and Vermont, as discussed, have laws that target neonics seed coatings on corn, soy, and wheat, which are the majority of seeds where there's not as many alternatives readily available in the seed market. What we have seen from New York so far is that the passage of their bill is driving a new market for commercially available alternatives to commodity crop seeds that are treated with neonics. So that is being successful in generating alternatives for farmers. One other point is that these are really widespread in our foods beyond the commodity crops. Just in terms of environmental contamination. So American Bird Conservancy and the Harvard School of Public Health tested food in the U.S. Congress cafeteria and found that 91% of it had at least one neonicotinoid present in the food, and that 71% of the food that was tested positive for multiple types of neonics. So I am happy to take questions from the committee if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you. There are just so many good ways to grow good food that don't include neonics. Like let's embrace progress towards that goal. So thank you.
Okay, next person I have is Carol Foss.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Carol Foss. I serve as Senior Advisor for Science and Policy at New Hampshire Audubon. I'm not going to repeat all the good things folks before me have said. Just a couple of points I want to make in terms of how these are getting into the environment, how the neonics are getting into the environment from the seeds. People are not going out and hand planting these seeds as we do with our corn in our gardens. They're planted by machines. The activity within the machine creates dust, and that dust gets blown all over the place before the seeds even get into the ground. Seeds need water in order to germinate. That water is washing the coating off the seeds, so that's how such a large proportion of the coating winds up in the environment. The other point I want to make, there were several folks testifying this morning, and this applies to potentially to both of these bills, that because the Pesticides Division has rulemaking authority, this legislation is not necessary. It's kind of belt and suspenders. I would argue that I think of the rulemaking authority as kind of the muscle of the whole process, and the legislation is the bones. And it's always helpful to have muscles attached to bones. So even if some folks think the legislation is unnecessary, I would support it just as giving the Department of Ag clear direction so that there isn't question. And I think other people have said pretty much everything else I would have said.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Foss? Seeing none, thank you very much. I call Andrea Lamoureux from New Hampshire Lakes.
Andrea had to leave for another hearing, but left written testimony.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know if you need that. Judy Lindsay? Judy Lindsay also left. Okay, the last card I have is Rosemary Malfi. Yeah.
I think I found a pen that I couldn't find. I didn't know where it went. Hello, everyone, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and all members of the committee. Again, my name is Rosemary Malfi. I'm the Policy Director for the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation, which is dedicated to protecting invertebrates and their habitats. Treated seed is an issue that we have been working on, I just want to say, for many years. We have a lot of knowledge about the impacts of these seeds. You've heard a lot about that today, and I'm not going to revisit that, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. There are a few things I want to address based on some questions that we heard in the before the break for lunch. I want to highlight again that these seed treatments in these specific crops do not have an economic benefit. And there's a lot of research backing this up. It sounds like several people have offered to give that to you. I also offered to give that to you. I want to highlight that the large companies that sell seeds are largely the same companies that manufacture the pesticides to coat them. They are, at this point, one and the same. This market consolidation reduces competition and disincentivizes product diversification. For example, making popular corn varieties available without insecticide treatments. If New Hampshire joins neighboring states in creating neonic-treated seed restrictions, it will contribute to the creation of a regional market for seeds without insecticides. And I think that will have impacts well beyond even our region. I do want to address some questions about availability of the seed too. That's changing. It's becoming more available, and American Bird Conservancy has actually put together a list of suppliers that are now providing hybrid corn without the insecticide, because that's the key piece. Like, you can get organic corn, but what farmers are after is that particular genetic variety without the insecticide. And I also want to communicate that New Hampshire is a part of a wave of action that's happening right now. There are bills in Maine, Connecticut. We just found out about one in Pennsylvania, Maryland, Minnesota, Colorado. So there are many people considering this issue right now and the exact same sorts of restrictions. And I just want to communicate that we're not alone. New Hampshire's not alone in doing this. New York has Cornell Extension, and they are investing a lot of time, energy, resources into developing tools for farmers. So if any of you have questions about the waiver process, I think that did come up. I'm happy to explain sort of what Cornell Extension is thinking about right now. But I'll leave it there and just allow you to ask questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. During the lunch break, we were talking about the concern that, the possibility that the alternative to neonics might be going back to some of the older treatments that are even worse. You said when we spoke that you don't think that is a concern. Can you explain to the committee why you're not concerned that there could be this wholesale reversion to earlier forms of treatment?
Sure. So there are sort of two answers to that question. One is that, because we know that they're not effective at that point in the growing cycle, they really just shouldn't be needed. And that actually is completely decoupled from any foliar spraying that may happen later neonic treated seeds and foliar sprays are not targeting the same pests and not targeting the same part of the plant's life cycle. So what we have actually found in research, Penn State Extension has this, the fact that neonic treated seeds came on the market did not reduce other use of pesticides. So it is an additional use. It is not replacing other uses of neonicotinoids in those systems. We also have Quebec to look to as a model. So what we saw in from 2019 forward, when that legislation passed, many Quebec farmers moved to not using insecticides, so a seed without the insecticide seed coating. And we also saw that many farmers switched to a class called diamides. So that is also available as a seed treatment. I expect we would see a similar transition here. I want to emphasize again that Quebec now, 6 years later, has data that no insecticide is actually helpful as a seed coating, right? So they're moving away from all insecticides, but it did take that transition period. Diamides have their own risks, of course, but they are far less toxic to bees. They're less mobile in the environment, and they actually have less systemic uptake. So they are a preferable substitution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking this question. So, listening to testimony throughout this bill, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is most, if not all of this washes off and has no actually benefit for the seed. What little remains, what benefit does that have? What does it do for the seed?
Do you want the manufacturer's answer to that?
No. I want the Reader's Digest version.
Yeah, I mean they're marketed as being a seed protector, but in fact, there is already a lot and growing evidence that they're really not helping with that at all. So people are the pests that the seed coating is supposed to target. They're very low incidence in this region, and actually Cornell Extension is having trouble finding a relationship between yield and a corn seed maggot. Like they're just not finding a relationship because it doesn't seem to be the driver of yield loss.
Okay, follow up, please.
Sure.
And would you agree then with my statement or question once before that this is all big ag driven?
I will repeat that the companies that make the seeds are the same companies that manufacture pesticides.
So in essence, the answer is yes. Thank you.
Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you're the right person to ask based on who of the insects. But it sounds like you know a little bit about this. Can you tell me about the toxicity of the creation of these neonicotinoids at the plant where they're created? Because, I think about DuPont and Monsanto and stuff, and then they have to ship it on a train across the country. And if it derails in Palestine, it just totally pollutes the planet. It's just terrible, just not nasty stuff. Is that the same thing that's going on when they create these neonicotinoids, or is it a fairly benign process at the plant?
I am not a manufacturer, so I can't speak to exactly what happens at the plant. What I can tell you is that the EPA recently did some rulemaking sometime in the last couple of years around worker protections because they felt that they were not sufficient. So there is this sort of built-in assumption that neonics are not harmful to people. And when you're exposed all the time, that's just simply not the case. So there's been rulemaking on that front. I don't know if this is what you're asking about, but I want to reiterate that the federal government does not properly regulate pesticide treated seeds, and that includes their disposal. And so there actually was a huge incident several years ago in Nebraska, Meade, Nebraska, where basically many companies across the country were sending their excess waste treated seed to this one ethanol plant. And they were distilling it, and then the distillate ended up being released. There had been many environmental problems with that distillation plant. And I mean, we're talking astronomical levels of contamination as a result. And people were seeing health effects. Hives in the area were dying, managed honeybee hives. And that process of cleanup is still happening years later. So yes, there can be environmental catastrophe when there is a high concentration of these things in the environment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'm thinking about in terms of seed availability and supply chains. Is there a difference between the supply chain for sweet corn seed and for field corn seed? And is there a difference in terms of what proportion of those get treated and whether there are options for treated or not treated seed in those?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very good question. I don't know if I could speak to specific percentages off the top of my head, although I'm happy to follow up with you. But the main driver is like silage and feed corn, not so much sweet corn.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming out.
Thank you for your time.
Anybody else wish to speak on HB 1086? Okay, seeing no other pink slips, I am going to report that, and I need the blue sheet, Representative Minor, please, or Representative Scully, whoever gets there first. The online portal shows that there are 306 persons in support of HB 1086, 7 in opposition, and 0 neutral. And we have on the blue sheet. Thank you very much. We have 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 persons in favor of HB 1086. And with that, I am going to close out the hearing for HB 1086, prohibiting the sale of certain agricultural seeds treated with neonicotinoids. Whatever. And I would like to thank the folks who are here to testify on HB 1621 for their patience. We are going to open up the hearing for HB 1621 for requiring a baseline environmental impact study to be completed prior to development of certain manufacturing and storage facilities. We have with us the bill sponsor, Representative Perez, which I do not have a pink sheet for you.
Oh, I apologize.
So I
gotta
need you
get
to fill one out, please.
Back in the mode. I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, representatives. Water is a huge concern in this state, everywhere in this state. We have 46% of our population is on private wells at this time, and we don't seem to be moving the infrastructure to bring them non-private wells very fast. This bill I was asked to bring forward by a number of my constituents, and it is a bipartisan bill that is basically asking that an environmental impact study be completed prior to the development of certain manufacturing and storage facilities. And basically, the average facility size in the state of New Hampshire is 38,000 square feet, but I boosted it up in hopes of getting this passed. The environmental study that I am asking for would include water, air, soil, noise, and light. And there's a reason that I'm asking for these. Had this been in place, the horrific consequence of the Saint-Gobain facility in Merrimack would never have happened. That building was built multiple years ago, that facility, and the original company there did not, it's in the research I've done, did not deal with any type of chemicals of any type. And then it was sold to another company that used chemicals, and then to Saint-Gobain. And had there been this environmental impact study done, as that changed from one owner to the other owner, or one type of manufacturing to the other, an environmental impact study would have had to have been done. Saint-Gobain has absolutely devastated the wells of people in Merrimack and in Londonderry and other places throughout the state. Now, what this would require is that an initial environmental impact study would be done, and then it be repeated after 5 years so that you could see if anything was being impacted at that time. And then again, if someone was taking over the building or what was being manufactured or stored was changed. the purpose is to establish a baseline and identify the existing physical, biological, and socioeconomic conditions, including the air, the water, the soil, the noise, the land use, the community contact, and predict potential environmental impacts on building projects. This is a start. We have a lot of things we need to be doing for our water here in this state. It would support informed decision-making for design, construction, and migration strategies, ensure compliance with environmental regulations to facilitate permitting process, and engage stakeholders by providing transparent information on current environmental status. Now, I know that the environmental protection, the environmental DES here in the state is not in favor of this bill because of the cost, but that concerns me because we do need to do something. And one of the biggest thing that concerns me is the fact that actually our environment, our DES does not have regulations that would help in these situations. The permit guidelines that we have, the air resources are not mandated. We have groundwater discharging, hazardous waste, oil remediation, public pools and spas, but we don't have anything in our DES permit guidelines that are going to help us find out what we need to know and how it's going to, down the road, impact the aquifers, the runoff water, our lakes. St. Gobain was right near the river. Now, one of the concerns is cost, and it's always cost, and I do understand that. But we are talking about what's going to happen in future years to our water if we don't start doing something at this point. We should have been doing things years ago, but we need to start somewhere. The National Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program will help with certifying and accrediting people or companies to do this testing. So perhaps the entire financial burden of getting people accredited to do this type of study would not fall on the state. I have reached out to them. They are getting back to me with what resources might be available. I think it's a great opportunity. We do have some companies in town that do some type of soil and water testing. Perhaps this would be an opportunity for them to expand their businesses to try to help us here in the state. Now, I am going to tell you that this is out of my box. I was a nurse for 42 years. This is out of my box. And, but I feel very, very strongly that we need to do something for our water, and we're hurting. And I don't mean just Londonderry, and I don't mean just Merrimack. I mean the entire state. Aquifers are being polluted everywhere. So I ask you to consider this, and I will take questions, and I will attempt. I do want to say that I have another bill to be put in, so I may not be able to stay for the entire hearing. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
So my question right out of the box, since we're talking about boxes, is on page 2, line 7. It says the department shall not issue a permit unless it determines that the proposed development will not result in unreasonable adverse environmental impacts. So what is considered unreasonable? I have trouble with language
I do
like
too.
that.
I do too. I know exactly what you mean. I'm very black and white as a nurse at either this amount of med or not this amount of med. So I understand that. And that would have to be something, the National Environmental Laboratory Accreditation do also have information on different guidelines for that. Unfortunately, I did not get them submitted into the bill. And I think that probably DES would be the ones to help with that type of thing. And I apologize. I agree. We need to know what that means.
So that's something that would have to be better refined.
Absolutely.
With a
Absolutely.
kind of legislation. All right, Representative King and then Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for answering questions. in the bill, you talked a lot about in your testimony the protection of water, but there's also references here to noise and light pollution, and I find that very interesting because I struggle with these sorts of things. I mean, I definitely recognize light and noise pollution as a real thing that is causing real problems, and I feel like it needs to be addressed. But it's like opening a can of worms. I mean, I feel like we're going to destroy all of our productivity and capitalism and wealth and generation. I mean, how far do we want to go back? I mean, primitively, in order to live more in accordance with nature. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm just curious if you would be willing to spend a little bit of time talking about how you see this could potentially affect in regards to noise and light pollution.
Thank you for the question. I'll do the best I can. The reason why I was told that it was appropriate for those to be in is because we don't know exactly what type of manufacturing facility we're talking about. Okay. And we don't know exactly where that manufacturing facility might be. So therefore, if you are planning on putting a manufacturing facility in an area that is close to perhaps large residential areas, the amount of noise that is being emitted from them, perhaps if we have a baseline, if you have nothing that says there's nothing that says anything about any noise, but if you had a baseline of what the noise is and what could be expected and what it ended up being. I know that's kind of a stretch, but it's basically because, and as far as light, I honestly can't help you with that unless they're doing strobe lights in the middle of the night. I don't have a problem with that type of thing being removed and narrowing it down to just protect air and soil and water. The PFAS that were coming out of St. Gobain, they were pushing them up the pipe, but yet our DES doesn't have any guidelines that mandate air pollution being done. So they have the company may and not a shall and being here. So that's the best I can do on that.
Thank you. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
Would you agree that the potential fiscal cost to a piece of legislation like this is outweighed by the human cost of the people who have higher rates of cancer, heart attacks, and the rest, who are living right now in southern New Hampshire poisoned by a facility like St. Gobain? And would you agree that that cost being outweighed by the fiscal cost of the potential of this bill is a good reason to move forward in having these studies?
Thank you for the question. 100%. And the cost of actually having the study would be, of course, fall on the manufacturing, the developer. As far as, doing the accreditation and getting that done, that's really minimal. And then it is in place for our DES. It's in place for future things that come up that need some type of environmental study. I mean, I just think that we are potentially in a mess of how we are promoting non-well-being for the future generations. I mean, I have grandchildren. I worry about them. I worry about the things that were put in their bodies and are being put in their mouths all the time. So I totally agree with that, and thank you for that question.
Representative Comtois and then Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I understand the premise behind the bill and the 50,000 square foot and why you would do an impact study before putting in a manufacturing plant. And I understand about, the cost being borne by the applicant, the manufacturer. But then when I go on to page 2, and if a manufacturer, piece of property, they do all of this, it takes 2 years to build a plant, but they got 2 years prior to the plant being finished, they completed this study. You're saying that within 3 years of being in that plant, even if it's not successful, they have to do another study because it has to be updated. And so I'm looking at this as a high burden on a manufacturing company to do something every 5 years, especially if they're only been in there for 3 years or something. So although I agree with the premise of the bill at the beginning, I have some issues about every 5 years because I really do see this as anti-business for the state in regards to manufacturing and the high cost that it could contribute. And we're also talking about the livelihood of people. And when the company has to spend money elsewhere, they're not helping the people that are working in the state of New Hampshire. So can you explain to me how you came up with every 5 years and why 5 years would make sense if they've only been manufacturing for 3?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So perhaps, since this bill belongs to you all now, perhaps you could make it so that 5 years after the start of production from it, and I would like to keep the 5 years as the initial follow-up, and then if no, however the term you use, if it doesn't show any detrimental impact, that it would only need to be repeated in every 10 years. And then again, it still would, if it changed ownership or changed what was being manufactured. Does that help? A little bit. Thank you.
Representative Bixby and then Representative Minor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The issue of light pollution, the only example I can think of with that is there was a greenhouse facility put into Loudon about, I don't know, maybe 8 or 10 years ago. And there was once it got started and up and running, there was a lot of complaint about the amount of light that it was producing. So I have two questions, questions related to this. One is, would something like a greenhouse facility be included in this bill? And is part of the way that this bill works that if potential problems are identified, they could be the plan for the factory or whatever the facility could be modified in order to mitigate that?
Absolutely. Now remember, this is going to be 50,000 square feet. That's a big greenhouse. And that's a perfect example because I couldn't come up with one. But yes, absolutely. So you find that that is going to be a potential issue, then yes, it is up to them. Remember, this manufacturing facility has obligations to be part of your community if it wants to live there. And therefore, it could be brought upon them that they need to do what they can do to alleviate that type of concern. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've worked in industry a good part of my life, and we're talking about this like it's something new, but typically when they build a commercial industry that produces something, they do have monitor wells in place, and I think it's a little bit different from what Saint-Gobain was, because as you said, it started off as one thing and turned into something different, and they didn't update. But I'm confident when I say this that, and again, this is a statement as opposed to a question, I apologize for that, but I'm confident in the respect that if there's a new processing building being built, these monitoring wells are already in place.
They're not required.
They're not required.
They're not required.
I'm amazed at that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would you be amenable to the committee? I think there's a lot of good points in the bill. I think it's too broad. I like many points that Representative Comtois made. I've been screaming about Saint-Gobain for a long time. So I just feel as if we could take this and put it into something that's more hyper-focused, that could make sure that something like that never happens again. Because every single business, because there's a lot that's included in here, this would be so broad. Would you be okay if it just focused on manufacturing that literally is going to have an impact on the environment? I mean, we knew that with Saint-Gobain, just with the chemicals and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, would you be okay if we dialed this in?
I would be open, and I trust your judgment because y'all know a lot more about this than I do. I am from the South. And I just think that we need to make people aware and start doing something for it. Now, as far as St. Gobain, unfortunately, this would have covered because they would have had to have an air study or quality prior to them pumping the stuff up in the air. But they are not the only ones that are contaminating. I just think we need to push DES to get some type of accreditation process or monitoring process in place so that these things can be looked at in facilities. And maybe if there's something like that in place, I live on a Superfund site that was a tinker, I don't know what they were, but people were coming and dumping stuff there, oils and waste and that type. They were coming from out of state. We need something that we can do, monitor, that we can start with a baseline and be able to say, hey, what are they putting in over there? Let's look and see what they're doing. Or what is the potential of them putting something in if you're building something or starting a business? What's the potential of that? So let's require them to have a baseline study, perhaps just on soil, and to see what's going to happen with what they're doing. We have so many new things that are coming up for processing. I get concerned about it. I get really concerned about it. We had a lot of big, apple orchards in our town, and then they stopped the apple orchards and they built houses on them. And I had one of the people on one of our conservation committee said, well, tell the kids just not to eat the dirt. I couldn't believe I heard that, but what's being done? Are they required to remove? Sometimes they are, and sometimes they are not. And I have seen that happen in my own town. So I don't know who's driving it, but we need to have the ability to do environmental studies from the DES when we need them, and then see what we need them to be done for. But saying that for accreditation, for not for their bills, people want to get permit, they may have a permit, but they don't have to have a permit. We can't be doing that. We're too far along in lousy water, lousy air, lousy this. So yes, I am passionate about it, but again, I don't know what I need to know about it, and I hope to learn more. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for introducing the bill today.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thanks for listening.
All right, Representative Wendy Thomas, Town of Merrimack.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas from the town of Merrimack. Let Merrimack be the poster child of why this bill is so desperately needed. If this bill had been in place in Merrimack, we could have stopped or at least prepared for the serious degradation of our water, air, and soil, including soot particulate that regularly coated our town. Because we did not have oversight or monitoring, our water is contaminated. In my personal case, my family was on bottled water for 7 years because our well was too contaminated to use. The river that runs through our town is not safe to swim in. Our wildlife is contaminated, including the fish in that very river that have high levels of PFAS that make them inedible. If you try to go fishing, there's a sign that says catch and release. Our soil is contaminated, and part of that is because of the soot particulate that I had previously mentioned. They would burn on a nightly basis, and all the soot particulate would come down on our town. The rain would drive it into the ground, and we're talking compounds that are measured in the trillions. So they were sucked up by the produce, and so we have PFAS in our apples. We have PFAS in our tomatoes. We have PFAS in our chicken eggs. We have PFAS in our meat. Our residents wouldn't be sick if we had a bill like this in place years ago. And from another personal point of view, I can tell you that having cancer is very expensive. It is far more effective to implement guardrails before a catastrophe occurs, and this bill gives people a chance. Now, having said all of that, and I've noticed that you're taking notes for a possible amendment, I have two suggestions for an amendment to this bill. One is to add energy usage. That may sound a little odd, but if our energy is compromised, that can compromise people's health and welfare. On line 26 on page 1, I would specifically also call out wetlands, because a lot of manufacturing facilities, they don't buy prime land, they buy cheap land. And oftentimes they just literally plow over wetlands. So I would include a wetland study in that. Interestingly enough, this morning I was in the Senate, and I'm allowed to say that because they're way the heck over there, and I can't even say they're over the wall. And we were talking about data centers, and the exact same discussion is coming up with data centers, that we cannot put these facilities in until we understand what the potential impact to our environment, to our communities, and to our infrastructure is. So with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for calling on me. I just had a quick question about kind of if you know where we're at now. How long, if you can, a lot of the committee doesn't know how long this has been going on with St. Cobain, like when it started, when the state realized it, and how long it's been going on. You said 7 years. I know someone that's been on drinking water for 9 years, and where they're at now, because I think that I read something recently that they don't want to even clean up the soil.
Correct.
Okay, so can
So-
you tell the committee what's going on?
And I think you heard testimony that before St. Cobain, it was another facility, and it was called ChemFab. St. Cobain did, they're no longer there. They did the same process that ChemFab did, which is chemically coated fabric. So you've got ChemFab. And I actually was in that facility because at the time I was a contractor who documented ISO 9000, I think it was at the time. And so, I watched the whole process of them coating this fabric. Interestingly, my job as a documenter was to document every single aspect of somebody's job and every task that they did so it could be duplicated. And this is just a story I'll tell you, but it's indicative of what they were responsible for. There was one step where a young man took a rag and he put it in a bucket of water and he wiped down the fabric that had come out of the machine, to get off the any dust or particles or things like that. And so as a documenter, I'm saying, okay, where did you get that water? Is it tap water? Is it filtered water? Is it, where did it come from? And he said, oh, that's not water. And I said, well, then what is it? And he said, oh, that's a bucket of toluene. He was sticking his hand in toluene. I would love to follow up with that guy. Well, I'm sure he's dead. Because you cannot be exposed to something like that. But that is an indication of the safety. And I ended up quitting the job because it was so dangerous to be in there for me personally. I was pregnant at the time too. So St. Cobain, if you followed the story, they came in, they went to Vermont, destroyed a town in Vermont. They went to Hoosick Falls, New Hampshire, did the exact, New York, did the exact same thing there. Then they came to New Hampshire to do what they did. So they knew what they were doing. They knew they were contaminating us. They knew they didn't have proper guidelines.
I'm going to have to stop right now because we really need to get back to the essence of the bill. And I know that these are interesting and well worth stories to know about, but I don't think we should take up time to do that.
Yeah, no,
now.
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony. Call David Burke from BIA. Good afternoon, Mr. Burke.
And members of the committee, thank you very much for your time. My name is DJ Burke. I'm here on behalf of the Business and Industry Association of New Hampshire, which is the state's Chamber of Commerce, and the Manufacturing Association as well. 1621, BIA has significant issues with this bill for the reasons that it adds costs for both the state and private sector. It adds regulatory burden, and it is likely to lead to additional delays. And I'll start with that final point there. This is not a criticism of DES, but the more opportunity that you have for delays, the more likely that one is to occur. And I go back to the first point. Regulatory burden is one of the main factors that businesses across the state bring as a complaint, along with energy and workforce availability. Regulatory burden is a huge cost driver for businesses in the state. And this is yet another take an inch bill. Over and over again, we've seen regulatory burden creep up and creep up and creep up. And as always, this is a cost driver for the businesses in our state. We've prided ourselves on being a business-friendly state for many years. It is a significant factor in what allows the government to run. Again, I'm sure you're all sick of hearing the BIA come year after year after year and say, if you add this and you add this and you add this, businesses are going to start to leave. Well, we're seeing it. I mean, we can look at one of our state's large manufacturers, which recently decided to pull out of the state. This is a reality for businesses. This is not a hypothetical. This is not something that's happening in the future. It's happening right now, and regulatory burden is a major factor in those decision-making processes. As already stated, in addition to the cost to businesses, it would require 2 additional people to manage this new program, which is an additional cost to the state as well. And as a whole, this is a punishment for businesses who are seeking to expand operations in New Hampshire. We see other states which are offering huge incentive packages in order to bring manufacturing to their states. And in New Hampshire, we're seeing death by 1,000 cuts, and it continues to be added to over and over again. And like I said, it is a huge cost driver for many of the businesses in this state. I'll try to keep my comments here brief. So I'll conclude it there and just ask that the committee recommend an expedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and taking my question. Just out of curiosity, how many manufacturing facilities in New Hampshire are over 50,000 square feet? And what is the likelihood of a 50,000 square foot manufacturing facility being built in New Hampshire? And how many?
I don't know for certain exactly how many there are, but one thing I would point out is that this doesn't only apply to new manufacturing facilities. The trigger in this bill is a building permit. So if there have been multiple businesses in the state which have sought to expand after putting a major facility in, and this will apply to them as well.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. So I guess the other question is because you can't predict with the crystal ball how many will move in or build a new 50,000 square foot manufacturing facility. But do you know about how many existing 50,000 square foot manufacturing facilities are in the state?
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. There are a lot of cost drivers in the state. Do you think that healthcare is not one of them?
Again, I think in relation to this bill, this is yet another cost driver for the state in terms of regulatory burden. We hear that over and over again. And while I do understand your point, and I think it's a valid one, I also think that healthcare costs will be increased if all the businesses leave the state as well, and there's nobody to employ people. And it seems to be where each piece of this is headed is towards that direction. And again, we're teetering on the edge of manufacturing viability in this state. And again, it sounds grandiose and it sounds like something that might happen in the future, but people need jobs, and pretty significant number of people lost their jobs in the recent past due to the closure of a manufacturing facility.
Representative Gruber.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you for taking my question. The issue on bills like this bill and the position of the BIA or the business community in general is the question is trying to balance. What's your thoughts about how do you balance the cost of preventing water pollution, i.e., these testing wells and so forth, versus the cost of cleaning up PFAS and other things in the groundwater after. It's always the cost benefit to cost. Have you looked at that as an organization when you look at bills like this, whether you're going to support them or not, and how do you look at that?
Again, I don't think there's a solid metric for tracking how many facilities are likely to be large polluters. I mean, you can ask DES. I would recommend you reach out to them. There is permitting and oversight, especially if you're handling contaminated waste. Like that process already exists. I don't think there's a way to track how many of them are going to break the law. I don't know if that's a...
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally accept that this adds costs and regulatory burdens and adds delays and things like that. I guess my only pushback, and it leads into a question, but my only pushback would be that other states, as far as I am aware, and as I've only been on this committee this term, so I don't know much about this section of law. I was on criminal justice. I know a lot about the criminal code, but not much about this. But what I have heard is that New Hampshire's environmental regulations are, and I don't want to get in trouble by Director Wimsatt here, but equivalent to places like India, okay, where we have very low and significantly little regulations. So I guess I'm just a little confused as to how we could be even broaching regulatory pause on any of these things coming from industry when we have such little regulations. How are, to ask the actual question, how are the very little regulations we have here in the state pushing out the businesses in this way, and how are the regulations laid out in this bill, even if needed to be amended, truly so onerous to where we are looking at a situation where manufacturing won't exist in New Hampshire?
No,
which is
I
what you said in your
understand
statement.
that. Yeah, no, I guess my point here would be they're twofold. One is this bill points to, I believe it's called cumulative impact legislation, which is, it exists throughout the country, but it's not, I wouldn't call it universal throughout the country. It's not as though New Hampshire is an outlier in this case in not having cumulative impact legislation. I'd also point out that New Hampshire is a bit of an interesting place in that there's few places that rely so much on manufacturing who have energy costs that are what ours are. So we're in sort of a unique position when you look at comparable states. There's not that many who are small states who have such a high percentage of their population working in manufacturing. So it is a little bit difficult to find a comp in that sense. But yeah, I don't know if the analogy of our environmental regulations reflecting that of other countries is, I don't know if I would say that's accurate. That's what I've heard.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. But so this reminds me of the fairy tale, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but of Chicken Little, because the sky is always falling. So in fact, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think manufacturing is actually coming into the state. Actually, there's a huge company coming in from Massachusetts, I understand, into Salem, New Hampshire. And I know that on other occasions, other manufacturers have come out of Massachusetts because their regulations are so strict. The question is, the statement is, I think that New Hampshire is very, very lax, as Representative Wheeler has said, very lax in its regulations. And in fact, companies are trying to locate here. Do you agree with that statement?
I do think that there is, New Hampshire has a very high quality of life and people tend to like to live here. The income tax is something that is a motivating factor for lots of people. I would point to the fact that while we would love to see more manufacturing in this state, we would love to see more jobs in this state. I wouldn't say that we are seeing a huge influx of manufacturing jobs, no. And I do think that in other places, I've already said this, in other places where they have seen an influx of manufacturing jobs, their energy costs look significantly different than ours do, and that is another factor as well. And oftentimes their labor availability is significantly different than that in New Hampshire as well. So I wouldn't say it's exactly comparable to other states in this sense.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Okay, Representative Howard.
So when the BIA comes in before this committee, we hear a lot about how burdensome it is, but we don't really hear much about the health and welfare of the people of this state. And is it, I don't know quite how to phrase this. Is there a spot on the spectrum of regulation that you guys can live with, that you can find profitable and still protect the well-being of people in this state?
Yeah, I think that we have. I don't have time to go over every bill that BIA is involved in this year. It's well over 300. But yeah, I wouldn't say that is something that we disregard. But we're the Chamber of Commerce, and we want to see business successful. People tend to be happy when they have jobs and have the ability to work. So
Very short editorial comment. It's about the optics.
okay.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm confused because I know that what I'm hearing is people aren't coming to New Hampshire because of the exorbitant energy costs, or it doesn't happen. But you're saying that, and you already stated that. So, but you're saying that you don't know how many 50,000 square foot facilities that are here. That would be helpful. What if there's only 3? And what if we're only looking for, how could this be burdensome, even if we lock this up that's more specific to make sure that if someone's coming into here to New Hampshire, that we want to make sure that they're doing it right, that we have something in place that's going to have, that's going to look at those things before they pollute a whole region of New Hampshire. I mean, that's millions upon millions upon millions of dollars for New Hampshire versus $150,000 thing to make sure, hey, this is a reputable company. We want them here. And you know what? Those companies will want to do it because they don't have anything to hide. There's Waste Management right back there. They don't have any problem with the different types of impact studies. They do them
Representative
all the time.
Potenza, do you have a question?
Yeah.
So how could you support this? Tell me what we could do to make you guys support this.
I think I laid out the BIA's issues with this bill in my testimony. I've answered many questions. I can reread if you'd like, but yeah.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
Not that I would want to, but temporarily leaving aside kind of environmental impact, temporarily leaving aside this larger issue about regulatory burden.
Yeah.
If we're thinking about a company on this scale who would be building a facility of this size, right? And thinking about the economic consequences of what happened at Saint-Gobain, isn't it actually just good business to do this so that on the other end, you're not paying out millions and millions of dollars in order to try to remediate a site and to deal with the human and environmental consequences of not doing this in the first place?
I think I've already stated that I do think that there is oversight that exists, and it doesn't seem to have been talked about a lot here, but you could ask the ES about the oversight and the permitting process that already is in place, and I would point to that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the BIA recognize that the quality of life in New Hampshire is important for these businesses to thrive?
I think I've already pointed to that in
Yes
in my
or no
comments,
would
yes.
work. Yeah. So follow up, if I may.
Sure.
Do you think that the quality of our lakes and rivers is part of what makes New Hampshire attractive to business?
Well, I think that one of the things that has been asked about many times is that we're equating every business in this state to one company that broke the law. And I don't think that that is a reasonable thing to say. I think that if you look at many of the companies in this state, they operate well within the law. They don't pollute the environment. They take the necessary steps and they follow what they're supposed to do. And I think that many of the questions that I have received today have insinuated that every company is out here trying to stretch the limits at every possible point, and that is not the case. And again, I would point back to my first point, which is that there is a sense within the business community of this state that the legislature is hostile to business, and that seems to be the case in many of these questions. And I would just like to point to that.
Okay, guys, calm down.
Go ahead.
All right. All right, any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, very last pink card. I don't know if there's anybody else who wishes to weigh in, but I have Representative Rosemary Rung. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee. For the record, my name is Representative Rosemary Rung, and I represent the town of Merrimack, which is Hillsborough 12. I want to state that I support the intent and the spirit of this bill very much. I think it's one of the things that came out to me, which I think is critically important, is the communication with the public early on about potential environmental impacts. What we saw with Saint-Gobain is after the contamination was discovered and we realized we were in a lot of trouble, they formed a community advisory committee to implement some communication with the public. And it was a disaster because the horse had already left the barn. I think this type of bill and that language about the public notification is really important to set up those relationships and make sure that they're cooperative from the get-go. But I'm also informed by 15 years experience as a public affairs leader for at the time, the second largest chemical company in the world. And I had responsibility for about a dozen sites, including research and development sites in the US. And so when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at through the lens of that experience within the chemical industry. And I do believe that the definition that we have on line 10 on the first page really needs to be tightened up a little bit more. I think it's very broad, and I think somebody else mentioned that too. And also setting the limit at 50,000 square feet. I can assure you there's a lot of companies smaller than that have a tremendous environmental impact. So I think we really have to look at the raw materials that are used, intermediate products that are made to see what that impact is, and not necessarily assume because someone's using a lot of square footage that they're posing more of a risk than a smaller business. A couple other things that came to mind when I was reading the bill is maybe I think this type of statement is going to be very important for the public to paint that picture of what they're expected if this facility gets expanded or built. I think we have regulations within DES that would control permitting of things that should be really regulated. If we don't, we should. But so many things can change once a company gets established and a manufacturing is in process, that a lot of unknowns, there may be a lot of unknowns from the get-go that this statement, this environmental impact statement wouldn't include, but I think it's important for at least the attempt to be made to describe as much as possible of what the expectations should be of that company's presence in the community. Included in that is odor. We don't really regulate odor, but I certainly don't think anybody wants a pig farm built down the street from them. May meet all regulations, but I think the public needs to be notified about odor impact. That's one example. And also impacts to solid waste disposal. Is how many tons of solid waste is this company going to produce a year, and where is it going to go? And also, as far as the 5 years go, I see that as more of an arbitrary time frame. I would much rather to see updates done if there's a change in primary use. That could happen in 2 years, it could happen in 3 years, it could happen in 15 or 20 years. But I think that's more indicative of when that type of statement would need to be updated. So those are just my, some of the feedback. I think with what I've heard already today during this hearing is that perhaps Madam Chair, you might consider a subcommittee or somebody to just kind of look at some of those details and make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
Thank you.
And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the size. I just did a little sort of scrap paper calculation, and a 50,000 square foot facility is roughly slightly less than a mile on one side and 2 miles on the other side. And I think so what do you think would be a reasonable size? Does it make sense to have a size determination, or is there some other criterion that would be better that in terms of what kind of facility might have a substantial impact and what wouldn't need to go under this review?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I really don't think size should be a relevant factor. I think raw materials are probably the best driver. Years ago, when I was in that role with the company, I managed risk management programs for many sites in the U.S. I don't know if you're familiar with the EPA Risk Management Plan program, which required companies that used or stored very specific chemicals. They were in two categories, toxic and flammable. And depending on their usage and volume, whether they stored them or they were in process, they had to submit this plan, and it had to be communicated with the community, which was great. So it didn't matter how big or small the manufacturing plant was. It just was driven by what they were using and how the EPA at that time had defined what either the explosive impact or toxic impact that would have. And it could have been a small company, it could have been a big company. The size was really irrelevant. It was really what was being used in that company, what the impact of what they had on that site, not how big the site was.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Representative Scully.
Well, thank you. Well, it's interesting. You are in the business. I believe you said you worked with a chemical company. Is that correct?
Yes, I've been retired. And then when my husband retired, I ran for office because I didn't like him following me all day.
All right. Well,
So I've been out of the industry for a while. Yeah.
But it's interesting because I think you were probably aware that most commercial facilities, when they buy property or transfer, they're doing phase one environmental site assessments and phase two environmental site assessments that collect all of this information because the buyer doesn't want to buy contaminated property and the bank won't lend. So are we, in some respects, duplicating what's already being done in private industry?
Well, I kind of look at the value of this isn't so much, well, thank you for the question, isn't really so much to inform our regulatory processes, because I think we already have permitting processes in place, like you mentioned, phase one, phase two, DES and local planning and zoning boards are going to have that information. I think the real value of this is informing the public. And it may even drive legislation. Somebody may read about an environmental impact statement of a proposed expansion or construction of a business and say, I know that's allowed under current law, but I think we need to tighten that up. And we see many of that feedback from the public coming through in legislation. I don't know. I think a subcommittee can really flesh this out better, but I don't see this as much as having a regulatory value as much as it does a public policy value, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And by the way, if I may, I think the subcommittee is a good idea as well.
Yeah.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you think that another value, perhaps to this legislation, would be to take a look at the cumulative effect of all of these different impacts, as opposed to DES, for the most part, looks at, there are permitting processes that are specific to air quality, specific to water quality, et cetera. But do you think that there is added value to taking all of these components and adding them together to get an assessment of cumulative impact?
Oh, absolutely. I think an impact statement like this, informing the public, can actually influence the business to maybe change what they were going to do, or maybe even exit that community, maybe realize, wow, we're not going to be good neighbors here. We should probably go elsewhere where there's less of an impact. But I think informing the public and having that relationship that's being built and that communication help to work to alleviate these impacts so that they're prevented from occurring in the next, once the business is operational.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I am out of pink cards, and I don't know if there's anybody else who wishes to weigh in on this. I see there are some folks from DES here. Is there anybody there who wish to say a few words about this proposal? Okay, please come to the table, introduce yourself, and
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Martz. I'm the administrator of the Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau at New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. You may recall I've visited with the committee in the past and spoke on matters related to Saint-Gobain and PFAS. Before becoming administrator, I managed the Saint-Gobain site investigation at DES for several years, and I currently work with the current assigned project manager. DES is not taking a position on this particular piece of legislation, but I'm happy to take any questions that the committee might have.
yes, I do have a question, actually. So I don't know if you're aware of this fiscal note on this bill, but it basically says that there's going to be a need, if this gets implemented, that there would be at least 2 additional full-time environmental scientists that would need to be hired. And I'd like you to possibly comment on that if you could, or even is my question actually would be, is there any way that implementing this could already be absorbed into the department in terms of some of the other functions that they do with regard to permitting and evaluating environmental studies?
Thank you. That's a great question. Some of the criteria that this bill outlines are quite broad. So while we have expertise in groundwater, surface water, and other aspects, I don't think we have individuals who could cover all aspects. Light and noise come to mind. I'm not aware of anybody in the agency working on those matters. So to bring somebody together that could handle all aspects of what the bill lays out is something different. Also, many of our bureaus that are working on various issues on day to day are maxed out. So we would need additional capacity to be able to evaluate, the many applications that might come in. So based on our fiscal note, we were proposing the 2 positions to be able to address this.
Okay, because I'm kind of finding that difficult to I guess accept. I don't know, for lack of a better word. I mean, how many? First of all, how many 500,000 square foot facilities would we be anticipating? But the other thing would be, I mean, in terms of doing environmental studies already, how many of those do you evaluate currently? I mean, do you have like 100 of them that you're looking at now, or 40 of them that you're looking at now, or 10 of them? I mean, I don't know what you're...
Yeah, thanks. So that's a good question. And I should probably back up and speak a little bit to some of the other language in the bill that talks about an accreditation process for companies that would be doing these environmental impact studies. And right now, DES doesn't have a process for accrediting environmental companies to do work. I know in my program where we manage contaminated sites, we have requirements for professional engineers and professional geologists to stamp a document, and we evaluate those submittals based on their technical acumen and compliance with the regulations. But we don't have a process to say that, this company is accredited to, do an environmental impact statement.
Do you think that would be a useful list of names to have for your department?
I know our work is a little bit different. So, to add in somebody that would have a noise specialist, that would be a little outside what we do day to day.
Okay, Representative Comtois, and then Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for speaking and taking our questions. So I know that a company, Sanborn Head, they do remediation, and they're approved by the state to issue those reports to the state, and they stamp their names on them, and they do a lot of the testing and remediation wells and things like that. Now, would a company like that or someone similar be able to, instead of doing a accreditation program, I'm assuming they do environmental impact studies. Also, I know they work in waste management and also in other areas too throughout the state. but because they're already doing studies on the environment, on wells, on landfills and things like that, they seem like a company that would be able to do an environmental impact study. So instead of hiring someone to go through an accreditation program, a company like that, would that be something similar to this?
Yeah, I think there are different disciplines that would come into play here. So, like in the environmental contaminated sites, that's certainly something that falls under professional engineers, professional geologists. So there may be wetland scientists that have licensing requirements. So there are different licenses that would probably come into play in different fields of expertise that could come into play. And to back up and answer one of Representative Aaron's questions about how many submittals we're reviewing, just in my program alone, we have hundreds of contaminated sites across the state, ranging from Saint-Gobain to sites at Pease Air Force Base to small landfills around the state. So I can speak for my bureau in that we're pretty maxed out on the number of submittals that we're reviewing, and if we had to review environmental impact statements, that would be a big burden.
So with that being said, I would think that something like this would then eventually reduce your workload. Anyway, I'm sorry about that. I need you to fill out a pink slip unless there's anybody else who has a question. Okay. Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So last year, when this committee was working on HB 215, which is a net public benefits analysis bill, I worked with the department, and there was concern raised about the kind of workload and expertise issues that you were referring to, and some of the language we came up with that ended up in HB 215 is, for example, to assist the review of third-party assessment, the department shall consult as needed with the Department of Transportation to evaluate impacts of local infrastructure, Department of BEA, Department of Natural Cultural Resources, et cetera. So when it comes to, for example, some of the infrastructure related things, noise and light pollution, things like that, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, is that some of that expertise does exist within other agencies, and that one way that the department could deal with the fact that you don't have an expert on a particular topic, rather than hiring one, is to consult with someone who has relevant expertise in another agency. Mm-hmm. Isn't that another way that the department can, without adding additional staff, draw on existing resources within state agencies?
While it's possible there are experts at DOT on noise, I don't know that for a fact. Certainly could. It still takes time to coordinate with other agencies and to review the other information that would be pertinent to expertise at DES. So it's still an added workload that would be incurred. So that'd be time that would have to be diverted from other projects and other assignments.
May I very, very quickly, I promise. I understand that certainly in terms of workload, but that workload wouldn't mean hiring another position to do the coordinating work, I'm assuming. Am I correct?
I think based on our fiscal note, that in our view, we would have to add staff to address the measures in this bill.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Howard, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm working on a project that has a sewage lagoon on it, so it needs mitigation. And I heard that there was a trailing of deeds. Is that right? So that the original polluter or the original person or company that caused that will always be tied to the project. Is that true?
It depends on the contaminant. Certain statutes that we have place strict liability on polluters, so that would be the entity that caused or contributed to the contamination, as well as somebody that might own the property. But it gets into some very complex legal theory there. But
quick follow-up. Mm-hmm. So would you say that the burden of regulation can turn into the burden of mitigation? If you're responsible for the original pollution?
Yeah, the original polluter would have responsibility. One challenge we do get into is a lot of entities, go bankrupt or dissolved, and then we're left with orphan sites. So that is a problem we run into.
Mm-hmm. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Wouldn't it make sense that the applicant or the business should bear some of the burden of cost to do these investigations.
Yeah, that's certainly a matter for I think the legislature to assign responsibility there. But
We'll do our best.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? No. Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. I'd like you to fill out a pink card, please.
will do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members.
Get it up to our clerk here. If there is no other persons interested in commenting on HB 1621, I am going to close out the hearing. But first, what I need to do is say that on the online portal, we had 8 people in support of this bill and 1 person in opposition. And I need the blue sheet for those who were present today who signed in. Thank you, Representative Minor. Okay, yep. Oh, okay, thank you. I have 2 people in favor and 1 person opposed. Okay, and with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1621. Okay. All right. All right. 22. All right. Hello. Thank you very much. If anybody else has any pink cards for our next bill, HB 1622, please pass them forward. All right. And I apologize again for the tardiness of our hearings. This was supposed to go off at 1:45. Here we are at 2:30. Anyway, I'm going to open up the hearing on HB 1622, requiring the state to develop additional solid waste disposal capacity. And with us today to introduce this bill is the very wonderful Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow colleagues. So the last discussion was appropriate to my bill as well. The OLS, bless them, put a 1 line on this bill that is not the intent of the bill. We are not trying to develop additional solid waste disposal capacity because, as we've heard in this committee, we have sufficient capacity up to as much as 2056. So instead, what the intent of this bill is to ascertain through available information on DES's own website to look at 200 plus closed or open landfills to evaluate whether or not they are acceptable for siting yet another landfill. So in that respect, it's a simple bill. It asks the state to consider landfill capacity among existing permitted landfills instead of greenfield sites, since existing sites have already been carefully vetted and found suitable for landfilling by DES. It requests the state to compile an inventory of all existing landfills by using available data on DES's own website. The goal is to determine 3 things: the name and address of these landfills, the acreage available land for additional capacity, to provide data related to setback distances from water, homes, or airports. These setback issues will rule out some sites immediately. This list contains over 200 on the DES website, one stop if you care to look, and will only consider open or closed landfills, not other brownfields. This is not the same as the 2024 bill that DES determined was difficult to implement because it defined brownfields as all contaminated industrial properties of any kind. It has been established in the DES newest biennial report that the state has no possible shortfall capacity until at least 2035, which does not take into consideration the planned expansion of the turnkey site that will provide ample capacity until 2056 at least. Expansions of current landfills that are not available due to legal agreements against further expansion are not under consideration. However, since it had been stated to the committee that there may be no suitable other site for a proposed landfill than on a tract of land near a pristine lake in the North Country, it behooves us to recognize that this, in fact, is not true. The fiscal note attached to this bill is amazing and unwarranted because when I talked to Director Wimsatt, I said, it's a typo, right? $28 million. I don't think I've ever seen a fiscal note for $28 million, but at any rate, that won't be necessary because, again, we're not hiring people. We're using available data. Let's see. No visits are necessary to compile the list. If DES determines that these details are too onerous, I and the committee will be happy to amend the bill to make clear that the developer would have to generate this information in order to make its case that all 200 sites are unsuitable for its proposal. We have other solid waste bills to consider. Among them is one to limit out-of-state trash and one that would put in place a site evaluation committee that truly reflects an honest approach to waste management. This bill is one more step to ascertain what the state has for capacity before we accept citing a huge landfill unnecessary to potentially infect our lakes, just as we heard in a previous bill, or expanding one rife with violations to which the town has said a hard no. And I'll be happy to take your questions.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Haskins, I think I just heard you say existing sites have already been carefully studied before being permitted and have been found suitable, right, for landfilling by DES. So that sounds familiar to me. Isn't that language that comes from Senator Pearl's bill that just passed out of the Senate?
Perhaps so.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So I just want to make sure I have this right to distill this kind of to its essence. This bill simply requires the use of data which is already publicly available to identify a list of possible sites that applicants would have to pay to examine for suitability.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for introducing your bill to us. I'd like to ask Representative Wendy Thomas to come up and speak on this bill.
Thank you again for listening to me. For the record, my name is Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. Going to be very short and sweet on this one. Business strategy is always to evaluate what you have on hand before you order or create more of anything. That's just best practices. Before we talk about new landfills, let's do an inventory of what we have and how current landfills are being used. It only makes sense to inventory what we have so that we can decide what we need going forward. Just best practices. Thank you. Told you it was going to be short.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Ask a question, I'm sorry. You have a question. Representative Scully.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you again for being here and offering your testimony.
Sure.
Regarding the requirement of an applicant to go through the entire list of potential sites and determine they are not suitable before his or hers would be considered, who decides what's suitable and what criterion will be used?
I'm not sure I'm the person to answer that question because I don't know. I don't know. I would imagine DES, but I don't know.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. John Swan, Safe Forest Lake.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is John Swan. I'm the founder of Save Forest Lake. I'm from Dalton, New Hampshire. Good to see everybody again. This is our 7th year now of coming before these kind of committees to talk about waste-related legislation.
We're always talking trash, you know.
Always talk.
I don't want to talk trash anymore.
But I do want to thank the committee though, because honestly, you've given us a platform to at least share our concerns in an open and transparent way over the years. We've all learned a lot about waste. In fact, I'm writing my book right now and I'm still stuck in 2019, but it's amazing how much we didn't know in 2019 about the legislative process. But so anyway, I really want to thank you because I know sitting here for hours, reading a lot of documents and attachments, I've probably also sent you over the years. It's taken a lot of time and whatnot. So thank you very much. And I did want to make mention of the fact that you saw in the news, you probably heard in the news that there was a fine assessed to the NCS facility.
Yeah,
in
I'd like to
Bethlehem.
speak to the bill, please.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
I did want to address that within House Bill 1622. And first off, I'm in support of this bill. I kind of want to piggyback what others have said. Having an inventory of existing landfills, whether they're open or closed for potential expansion, would be a value add to any developer, especially as time progresses and there are improvements in technology. So a landfill site that might be problematic in a town with new technology in the future, there could be waste mining to reclaim some of those resources that might be within that landfill site. Also an opportunity to clean up some of these older existing landfills that are unlined, et cetera, and obviously having releases of PFAS contaminants into the environment and no real means to address it since it's a closed town site, et cetera. And I think over time you could whittle that list down to, determine which sites might be viable in the future if we even need capacity. But capacity is also something I'd like to address because I did send a packet of information to everybody. I do have a handout that I gave to the committee, and I wanted to mention the fact that earlier in the previous bill, I heard the word ambiguity being tossed around. One thing that's not ambiguous is landfill permitting as established by the rules and statute. And so typically those permits are defined relative to capacity in terms of tonnage. In fact, if you read the biannual report that just came out for New Hampshire, what is the nomenclature? What's the word used to describe capacity? It's tonnage. It's very unambiguous. It's very simple. And so part of the packet I sent you is I want to highlight the fact that I think this is a problem going forward if we're not clear about the terms and conditions that are in solid waste operating permits, because currently the department is failing in its job to enforce and regulate operating permits at existing landfills. And I've detailed this in the handout I sent to you. In fact, if you look at, if you just make a note to yourself, but if you look at page 7 of the handout I sent you, PDF page 7, it's September 4th, 2025 letter from Orrin Reno to Commissioner Scott of DES. And it talks about how Commissioner Scott is using authority that has not been delegated to him and the department by the general court.
Mr. Swan, I would really like you to speak to the bill.
Sure, I am. And it's because again, the title is disposal capacity. So right now what's happening is we don't have
not the sponsor of the bill said that was not really the title is misleading.
Sure,
and is
but then
wrong.
it says here in the analysis, each for additional capacity. So I guess, okay, I get it. You don't want me to talk about the NCS landfill and the fact that the department is not providing regulatory oversight and
Well, what we want you to tell us is what parts of this bill that you agree with or you don't agree with.
Well,
or
I
you
agree
have
with
some-
identifying future sites for capacity if and when needed. But at the same time, I think we need to also address the fact that currently the terms and conditions of operating permits are being treated ambiguously by the department relative
But that's
to
not what we're addressing
enforcement.
with this bill.
Okay. Well, again, I also wanted to make mention that since the department is here, maybe you can ask them why they are relying on settlement as opposed to the clearly defined capacity figures that are in the operating permit for the NCS landfill. And I'll leave it at that. But again, I do hope you read this. I put a lot of time and effort into this attachment I sent to you in my email. It explains what's going on at NCES. The fine only addressed a part of it. There's ongoing groundwater contamination
that doesn't
has
ha-
not been addressed and the capacity issue.
Okay.
And on that, I will bid you good day and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Sure.
Anyone?
See
Well, again,
none,
thank you. I hope we don't have to see you next year, year 8, but we're willing to do whatever we have to do to protect our resources and
Thank you.
natural environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have one pink card left, and this is Director Wimsatt and Leah McKenna from New Hampshire DES to speak on HB 1622. Good afternoon.
Madam Chair,
Please
members of the committee.
introduce the both of you. Yep.
Sure. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES, and I'm joined by Leah McKenna, who is the Bureau Administrator of our Solid Waste Management Bureau. And I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to talk about House Bill 1622. I don't have a lot to say about this, but DS is not taking a position on this bill. We do have some concerns about the bill, the wording of the bill, and what it would mean with respect to the burden and the workload that it would put on the department. And I can speak a little bit about why we had such a large fiscal impact worksheet or fiscal note that we attached to this based on we were requested by OLS or LBA to fill one out. As written, the bill would require DES to, as the sponsor has indicated, to compile a list of all landfills, but that's an easy lift for us. We can do that. We have all that information. And then to provide a lot of information about each one of those landfills, including the acreage available for development, the specific compliance or non-compliance with any setbacks associated with wetlands or surface waters or airports or residences. And then also to evaluate, and this is where it gets difficult, the potential compliance with all of the regulations. Whenever we do a fiscal note, we read the bill very carefully, and we assume that you want us to comply with it as written. So we look very carefully at the language and try to understand what it would mean for the department to comply with that. And as the bill is written, we do have, if you if you look at all the kinds of facilities that are lined, unlined landfills, ones that are compliant, ones that aren't compliant. Basically, we really have about 300, our total universe is about 375 sites that would fall under that description. Now, many of those might fall out because they may, we don't know this because we don't typically have this information easily available in our database, but it may be because a lot of these landfills were sited without any oversight of DES at all, and before there were even siting regulations for landfills. These are landfills that in many cases towns started bringing their waste there 100 years ago, before a Solid Waste Management Bureau was ever imagined. And they just became the sites that these towns used. Many of them do not meet siting criteria, more than likely, although it takes work to determine that. And are, for many respects, may not meet setbacks. There may be any number of reasons why many of these sites are not suitable for expansion. It's also the case that they are largely municipally owned, and that the bill doesn't seem to have any consideration of whether the municipality that owns that land would have an interest in expanding it as a new landfill. So the concern we have is that in order to actually do a workmanlike job of implementing the language of this bill as it is written, we would have to have staff that would basically start working on this, and it would take probably a number of years and using consultants to do a lot of the work. The problem is we could do a lot of the record review internally with staff, and we could review sort of simple things to look at. But then when it comes to actually determining whether a site could meet siting criteria, that, as you've heard me say to this committee many times, takes in-depth studies of the site. It requires site visits. It requires hydrogeological and hydrological studies to determine whether the siting criteria related to protection of groundwater and surface water could be complied with. And that takes time and money. And, if we were directed to do this, we would do it, but we feel it's our responsibility to let you know what we think that would take, how long it would take, and what it would cost. So that's the nature of the fiscal note that we prepared on this. And I just wanted to, let you know that, so that, and I'm happy to, we're certainly happy to take any questions that you may have.
So, but you currently have an inventory of closed landfills, brownfields, and other sites that were used as for solid waste.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. Okay. And you said that there were approximately 375 of such sites.
That's correct.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions, if you don't mind. One is, when you're looking at those 375 sites, how easy is it to break it down between sites that are municipally owned and then those that were public? Is that a real difficult lift?
You mean private?
I meant private, yes.
We certainly know at the time that, most of these landfills, understand, they only have 6 operating commercial landfills.
Right.
Or 3 operating commercial and another 3 municipal. The rest of them are generally inactive closed sites. Some of them we're still working on because they've got groundwater contamination or they have gas management problems. Others are kind of, maybe in monitoring, but really basically we have very little information about them. There's not much that needs to be done with them. But certainly we know which ones at the time we were engaged with the owners and the operators, which ones were municipally owned and which ones were private.
Okay.
Next.
My next question is of the ones that you absolutely know, and I'm not talking about municipally owned, but privately owned landfills, because I think municipal is separate than private, and I think that's kind of what we're looking at here. When they put in their application, do they put in an application for the entire acreage? Do they tell you when they put that application in about how much acreage they actually have, or only a portion of the acreage that they have?
In the current time, for the active landfills that we still are regulating and that are operating, we know a lot about them. We know that information. But for the lion's share of these municipal facilities or older privately owned facilities, we, in many cases, never got an application because they started operating decades and decades ago. And our regulatory footprint with those landfills has been, when we learned about them because somebody had a groundwater contamination problem or there were gas management problems, we in many cases issued them a permit for closure, and we said, you need to close this landfill. and you need to do maybe in some cases groundwater management or what have you. So we would know, whatever we knew based on the regulatory involvement we had with them. So it's going to be a mixed bag.
Okay, follow up. So I guess I'm looking at this from a time study, right? But also from what the intent of this bill is. So my question to you is of the landfills that you know and the ones that you've actually shut down, and then there's some that are in remediation, where you said that there was water and well and things. Would that list be easy to list and put out there with some of this criteria? I understand the complexities that you're talking about, but I'm just saying, what data do you have? Which landfills that you put out there, put a list together that's readily available? How many landfills would that encompass of the 375?
Really don't know, and that's the problem. We would have to do, in the first instance, file reviews, which can be labor intensive, potentially additional site visits, or in many cases probably looking at local municipal property records to see, maybe it was 20 acres back in 1964, but now it's been carved up, and now the landfill sits on 2 acres and the rest has been sold for house lots. So all that information would have to be updated. It would take quite a bit of work.
One more
Clarification.
Yep.
I'm just talking about information that you can get your hands on right now within a day or two or a week. How many sites would you have access to that information?
Most of that would be the facilities we're regulating right now, which I'm not sure is responsive to what the sponsor's looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bixby. And then over here.
Yeah, so I think that the main gist of the bill is trying to figure out if there are some number of landfill sites that are on the list of places that used to be landfills and have been closed, that might have some potential for being used in the future as a landfill, as opposed to trying to build a greenfield, build one on a greenfield. And I guess the question is, how useful is the list that the DES has on in terms of being able to identify potential sites, or the flip side of that, being able to relatively quickly eliminate sites that, yes, that was a landfill once, but it would be really stupid to try to put one there.
Well, we would have to look at each one individually and update our information, because again, we have turnover of staff. You'd like to think you could just sit everybody down and say, what do you know about this facility? But the reality is, for a lot of these facilities, we may not have touched them for a while, and there may not be anybody on staff who has any personal knowledge of what we did there. So a lot of it would be going into the paper records, because we don't have these records electronically. We would going into paper files and reviewing, trying to understand what we can learn from the file, and then probably having to do some additional research, either through town property tax records or calling the town or what have you to understand it. And then, again, sometimes a picture's worth 1,000 words. Might have to make a site visit to say, does this make any sense, since we know what this is.
Okay. So, so I guess so you do have at least paper records of what these sites are.
We have paper records for these sites. Some sites it might be 20 sheets of paper. Other sites might be feet of files. It's everything in between. But generally speaking, if it's in our database, we probably have some paper on it. Yes.
So does that $20 million reflect the cost of looking through the paper records, or is that doing a much more extensive site evaluation of each site?
So again, we read the bill as it was written, and if you look at it and read it carefully, it says that we're to evaluate each site against all applicable criteria. And those applicable criteria include very specific and detailed questions about groundwater hydrology and surface water hydrology that cannot be answered through a paper file review. They need to include drilling wells, doing a hydrological investigation, and that may well not be what the sponsor had in mind, but that's what the bill says.
So if we were to modify it, to amend the bill in order to clarify it that we're just looking for a rough evaluation of is there any hope for using this in the future or not, would that make it substantially easier?
It would be, it would probably lessen the cost associated with consultants because we wouldn't perhaps need to do that. You know, if the bill were to be amended to say, look at what you have for a universe of sites, look at available acreage and just a cursory analysis of whether it makes, you know, just straight face test, does it make sense that this could be redeveloped for a landfill of a certain size? Then we could do that but we would need additional staff to do it because the staff we have are maxed out doing the very things that this committee always wants us to be doing. So.
Okay. Representative Potenza, and then Gruber, and then Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just completely blown away, for one. The 28 million is just absolutely ridiculous, and I believe OLS made a line mistake here. I mean, I did this search. Here it is, right here from One Stop. It's, you know, I could have kept going and going and going. I mean, this took me, and then I went to there's other federal sites and NGO sites that pulled a whole bunch of other data, address, all of that kind of stuff. What we are asking is for you to grab readily available data. So based upon this bill, I spent an hour and I got 80% of it. So the rest of it, we're not asking for compliance or whatever. We're asking for, I mean, maybe $280, not 28 million. I mean, Google Earth. And that's about it. We're not asking for no requirements, citing
Representative
criteria.
Potenza, do you have a question?
I don't understand what's going on. Like, this is like mountain out of a molehill again. I mean, it's.
All I could tell you is we read the bill and we did our best job that we could to honestly assess what it would take to comply with the bill as written. If the bill is amended, we will evaluate that and readjust our estimate.
Okay. Representative Gruber, and then Representative Scully.
Thank you very much for being here. My question is, you stated the large amount of time and money is to look at these sites that could meet all siting criteria. And I could actually understand why it's a very large, I don't know about 28 million, but it's a very large amount of money. A number of years ago, I was involved in Vermont siting a new landfill over a large region. We had siting criteria. The first cut was simply kind of a basic cut. What are the sites that appear to be possible, that the setback, certain things, only from a paper view, not no land site, no actual visits, and as an initial kind of a cut. And that level, I think, is what the idea was, to take a look at what's out there, not trying to do a actually permitting review process, which is very expensive, time consuming, testing wells, I understand all that. So is there a level that you think would be valuable to provide information by, maybe, say, modification of this bill, that we could see, are we right up against the wall, there's no place to go, or are there a number of areas that look, well, these 4, 5, 7 areas have so much land, there's some potential here so that we could actually make some better judgments? That's my question. Is that a possibility?
Thank you for the question. I think that if we were to do this analysis and do it as you described rather than as, because keep in mind what the bill says is we shall not accept any application for siting a new landfill in Greenfield unless the applicant can demonstrate that none of the land cataloged in subparagraph A is suitable. And when you go to subparagraph A, it gives us the responsibility to make that determination in essence. So, but if we were to do a more cursory review, I think it's possible there might be a handful of sites that could theoretically be, considered further for expansion. One of the problems that I think you would run into is that that doesn't mean that the municipalities or others who own that land would be amenable to that. So to say to an applicant who's looking to site a landfill somewhere, you've got a responsibility to show that a particular site that isn't even for sale is not suitable. In order for them to make that determination, if we hadn't done it, they would have to go and do that hydrogeological and hydrological work. They're probably not going to get any permission to access the site because they don't own it and the owner doesn't want to sell it. But so that's what I'm trying to to put forth here is that you understand what the reality on the ground is. And, at the end of the day, if a bill like this passes, we need to do what it says, and that's what we do.
I totally understand. And when we did this earlier process, this was a public process, and we filled the whole room full of lawyers and their families. But I totally understand. But just to kind of start moving ahead, and there's two parts of the bill. I was talking about only this one part about some data that could be helpful as the state moves ahead. Okay, so thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you for your
Representative Scully and then Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for coming. I think in some respects, maybe my questions have been answered here, but if you don't mind, I just want to make sure. Regarding the 16A section, the language I understand you're saying is problematic is shall consider all current regulations. That's a pretty deep dive and could cost a lot of time and money. All right, so if that is not available and it's going to be problematic to receive, that make almost the section B where the applicant has to prove that it's suitable? Wouldn't it make that almost impossible if we don't have the information that you don't have, and it would be very, very costly to collect?
I think that's possible, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So basically, you've testified several times before our committee that DES is pretty comfortable with a policy of pretty much promoting expansions of existing landfills rather than greenfields. So I'm going to have to read this. So I'm asking, the question is, do you agree with this language that came from Senator Pearl's amendment that just passed the Senate? So it was line 3, and it says the General Court prefers that new landfill capacity be developed in expansions of existing permitted landfills instead of on greenfield sites because of existing sites have already been carefully studied before being permitted and have been found suitable for landfilling by the Department of Environmental Services. Do you agree with that?
Well, the statement says the general court feels, and I can't speak
Okay,
for the
so
general court,
wait,
but
I'm
the
not-
concept that it illustrates.
There's one other part of it. It says the Department of Environmental Services typically has decades of familiarity with conditions at such sites, and the expansion of an existing use is generally consistent with the overall objectives of the land use controls. So I'm just asking if you agree with both of those policy pieces there.
I'm not going to weigh in on the specifics of that bill because that's not what I'm here to do today. I will.
I didn't. I'm just asking that
I understand.
for those two pieces.
I will tell you that I understand those provisions to be referring largely or almost exclusively to existing permitted operating landfills that have nothing to do with the 375 facilities.
Oh, yeah, I get it. No, I get it.
So,
I get it.
I think certainly the facilities that we currently regulate that are currently operating, we do know a lot about them. We've got a lot of hydrogeological information. When we process an application for expansion of one of those facilities, we vet it against all the existing criteria for compliance. So yes, we know a lot about those facilities. That's absolutely a true statement.
Representative Howard and then Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that we're sort of loggerheads because we're sort of arguing about languages. Would there be a way to consult with you about the kind of language that you would be comfortable with to get, to sort of agree on the kind of list that needs to be built, that they're looking to have built? And like what questions do you need to be asked in order to get that list once you reach an understanding of the kind of list that they're looking for?
We are always happy to work with the legislature on, amending a bill or trying to look at a different way to do it. So we're happy to work. I understand this bill, I think, has been scheduled for a work session next week. So we'll certainly be present for that and be happy to work with this committee. I think that, I'm listening to what you all are asking me and saying here today, and it sounds like maybe the vision that some of you have for this bill, and perhaps even the sponsor, is different than maybe what the bill says. So to the extent that that could be worked on, I will tell you.
Because that never happens.
I will tell you that whatever is determined to be, something less than this that still gets at getting some additional information about that universe, it will take labor and it will probably take a position to do it. So I just want to lay that out there. It's just we just don't have excess bandwidth right now. You know, I'd love it if I said, yeah, I get some people sitting around with not much to do. I'd love to put them on this. I just don't have that.
The first it would be good to mutual understanding what that list would look like. That would be helpful to them and to you.
Sure.
You need your mic on.
Sorry. In making future decisions.
Certainly.
Okay. Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Good to see you both. Representative Howard asked most of what I was going to ask right there in terms of our ability to work together on an amendment. I was going to say this reminds me a little bit of in the past, we've talked about whether or not we could have a two-stage review process, right? And the very first stage would just be, these are the criteria that are a no-go, right? These are the things and that eliminates a lot of sites. So I'm glad to hear, and I know we've worked together well in the past. So I hope we can work together to do something similar here where we can sit down and say, given the information that is most readily available to you, what are 3 no-go kind of things that would allow you to narrow that universe? And then it's on an applicant to do the rest of the work.
Sure.
Thank you.
Representative Wheeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Wimsatt, for taking my question. So, as far as I understand the piece of legislation, HB 1622, it asks for the names of each open and closed landfill in New Hampshire, the acreage of tract each landfill is on, and the distance to the nearest home, water body, or airport for each. And so, you've said that you already have the first bit of information, the names of all the open and closed landfills, but I'm wondering, what's your access to the other 2 pieces of information, the acreage tract of each landfill is on, and then the distance between those landfills and each home, water body, or airport?
Well, both of those categories are the here and now, right? Whatever they might have been when we were engaged on that landfill may well have changed, right? There could be different, maybe not surface water bodies, but certainly distance to homes and residences or buildings, and acreage. Because again, I'm certainly aware that many of these facilities were on larger tracts when they were operating. But they've since been carved out in many cases right up to the edge of waste, unfortunately. And then those other parcels have been sold off. So we would have to do a fair amount of digging into property records and that sort of thing to really get a good sense for that.
Totally understood. I guess, as far as I know, I'm not the sponsor of the bill, but is the intent of the piece of legislation to, and again, not asking the sponsor either, so trying to ask you to do what the intent is. But I guess as far as I understand, we're looking for the existing conditions of whatever these sites are. And so going back and looking for, say there was a site that was 20 acres long and prior to the department existing, wouldn't what's relevant to the information trying to be found in this bill be whatever the existing acreage of the site is now?
That would be my understanding, because my understanding is that the question is for us to decide whether it is
suitable for expansion. Right.
And I would also note, there's no reference to what that would look like. Is an expansion of 10 acres or 50 acres or what have you? So we need to know that.
One more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go home too. So I guess then, and I appreciate you answering these questions, Director, but I suppose then I in those instances, wouldn't the latter 2/2 of the information that the bill is looking to get, the acreage of the landfills and then the distance between the homes, airports, and water bodies, be as easy as going on to Google Earth? I mean, if that costs $28 million, I don't want to buy a bridge from you. But I mean, I think that there has to be some way we can come to an understanding here where the information I think that the committee at least is looking for in terms of the expansion of landfills isn't onerous to DES. And I don't think anybody here would want to pass something that would, number one, cost $28 million, because we know the Finance Committee isn't going to do anything about that. But B, number two, make it so that your job is impossible. No one wants to make your job onerous. And so I guess that's more a statement than anything else, Madam Chair, but I would hope that, as others have said, that we can find some kind of middle ground here to what the intent of the legislature is and what
the capacity DES has actually is.
There are certainly digital resources that would make our job easier with respect to some of those things. I don't think all of them, because again, we need to understand ownership. We need to understand, what's been subdivided and such. Google Earth won't necessarily tell you who owns the land or what the parcels are. There are other places to go, like municipal records, but that is time consuming. And I want to emphasize, we would need to have a position that was assigned to do this, to do even this relatively scaled down version of what you're looking for. I assume you want us to put that in a report, and you want to be able to rely on it and believe that it's accurate. In order for us to do that, it'll take time, and that's not time that our staff have right now.
Well, thank you, Mr. Director.
Representative Potenza.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair. We're not looking for that. Well, I'm not. So we'll amend this or whatever. Like I have already said, I've already gone to One Stop. I spent 10 minutes. I got a huge list. I'm looking for a nice, massive Excel spreadsheet that has every column and every header. That's all I'm looking for. Nothing hard. And then like this other site that I found, which is called, where are they called? It was a, what's it called? Anyway, it's a NGO, but that's filled in from federal data, and they have a ton of information on there too. More of those other questions. So I think that the only thing that would be missing maybe is size. And if it's the size that you guys have on file, then great. So it would just be possibly maybe the distance to a body of water or an airport. And that's what you're talking about with Google Earth. With an address, that's very easy. I could get a high school kid to do it in probably be about 40 hours. So, I mean, we're not talking about like, we're talking about you guys grabbing what you already have and throwing it in an Excel spreadsheet. I mean, I could do it with a 91A. So that's what, I mean, this is really, to me, I really want you to know that we don't want anything near to burden the department with this. So isn't that something that you think that you could do, and then we can wipe out this ridiculous 28 million?
I'm here to testify on the bill as written, and I'm happy to work with all of you in work session to refine this, and we can talk about what those refinements would mean. But I do want to emphasize, even on Google Earth, you can look at Google Earth and it only takes 4 seconds. But now we've got 3 surface water bodies and 17 residences, and we've got to do the work to figure out what those distances are. That is, it's easy to say it's trivial, but it is not trivial when you have 375 sites.
Can I start? So I'm gonna end with this. I don't know if anybody else has any questions. So kind of going back to greenfields, brownfields. And we've had a lot of conversation with this last year. So just so I understand, there's a huge difference, right, between a greenfield site and a brownfield site. Wouldn't you say that it's more preferable to expand or whatever on a existing site than a greenfield site? Can you at least say that, yes, we would always want to do that versus opening up a greenfield site?
It depends on the circumstances, but in many cases, certainly an existing landfill that is well sited and can be operated in compliance is preferable to building a new landfill on a greenfield site.
Thank you. All right, mic off.
Okay.
Mic drop.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the director? Thank you very much. We appreciate your testifying today, and look forward to having you here on next Tuesday when we have our work session on these bills.
Madam Chair, could I, since we have a representative from industry, could we pull him up for a second? Because I would like to get industry on record with one quick, simple question.
Oh. Okay. Well, if are you willing? And we need a pink slip from you then.
Okay. The record, Henry Vayu, representing Waste Management.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead and ask your question, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I didn't want you to make this trip for nothing. So, so my question is very simple. As understanding kind of the industry, understanding what's involved in developing a site for waste disposal and expanding a site, Do you think that it makes sense for the state to adopt a policy that would put the development of expansions or brownfields that were landfills at a higher priority to develop over greenfield sites?
Yes, give me 1 second. So I was just looking at the statutes and specifically the public benefit demonstration requirement. So if you want to apply for a landfill, there's a public benefit that you got to demonstrate that it's good for the state of New Hampshire. And I was looking at it and trying to see if there was any language in there that kind of relates to the question that you just asked. And the closest thing that I found is the general court declares that it is the purpose of this chapter to ensure benefit to the citizens of New Hampshire by providing for solid waste management options which will meet the capacity needs of the state while minimizing adverse environmental impact. So there's language in there now, but is it to the point that you say? I mean, that's another option besides doing something like this, is maybe put something in the public benefit that says, you know what, it makes more sense to expand on existing, or maybe use property, put last in order of where you should put a landfill, greenfield, you know, something like that. And then it sends the message to the department that there's got to be better places to put a landfill than greenfield, you know, and then it doesn't have to get as complex at this. I mean, I don't have a position on this bill because it won't impact us, because we plan on doing exactly what this bill wants us to do, what the sponsor wants to do, and that is expand that existing facility. And as was mentioned, we have capacity till 2035. We plan, I keep asking the company, you just file the darn application so we can get this over with and expand the capacity. But we do plan on expanding at Turnkey.
Thank you very much.
Capacity at Turnkey is till 2035?
Right now, yeah. So with the permitted capacity, we have more land that we plan to apply to the department for permitted to expand that capacity, which will take us, you know, well into the future. So.
Okay, cool. Any other questions? Representative Potenza.
Well, I wasn't gonna, thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't gonna ask this question, but I asked this question first now that you said that. Talking with the general manager at Turnkey in Rochester, he said to me, permitted right now is till 2035, but it's looking as if it would, I mean, I understand that, but you, even with its current state right now, you actually have more than that.
So
Because
yeah,
you're tracking whatever you want to call it, tracking low or whatever it is.
yeah, Steve Pudgy, you know, Steve has come here before, and he's a wealth of information. He retired, unfortunately. I know. But yes, he's said to me in a number of times that they have been managing the input into the landfill, that it's probably longer than 2035 that they can continue putting trash in there. So, yeah.
Okay.
Can I?
Follow up?
Yep. So this was my question because you made me ask another question. All right. So if Waste Management was gonna ever plan on expanding a site, let's say other than Turnkey, right? Do you believe that this list that we're looking for could be like helpful to Waste Management to utilize, to know, hey, here's the landscape of New Hampshire?
You're asking me to respond to a hypothetical that the company's not going to.
I know.
It's not on that. I know.
I know.
I'd rather not.
Okay.
Yeah. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for sitting in the seat with us. Quick question for you. Right now, you're slated for capacity through 2035, as you stated. If any one or two landfills shut down in New Hampshire within the next few years, what will that do to your, because you're obligated to take trash from the state before anywhere else, what would that do to your capacity?
That's a good question. Where will the flow of waste go? I mean, it's largely up to the municipalities decide, and they're going to look at the market. We got to take the waste, but they don't have to send it to us. So, where the waste would flow, it's a good question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Vayu? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming up and speaking. And fill out a pink card for our clerk, please. Anyone else wish to speak on HB 1622? Seeing none, I would report that on the online portal for our clerk to record, we had 18 people in support of HB 1622, 1 in opposition, and I need the blue sheet from up there. Okay, thank you very much for being our runner here. We had 2 people in support of this bill. And with that, I'm going to close out the hearing on HB 1622. And I would advise our committee, we will be meeting next week, beginning at 10 a.m. And we will have a work session on the four bills that we heard today. Let's see what else here. Yeah, we will have a work session on the 4 bills that we heard today. Plus, we will begin, and that'll be at 10 a.m. And then at 10:45, we will begin public hearings on 4 other bills for that day. And
Madam Chair, a quick question.
Yes,
How many
sir.
bills do we have for this year?
I believe it's around 32 or 33. Hold on, let me look. I can tell you. Let's see. We have we have 32 bills ahead of us.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, thank you, everybody. We are adjourned for today, and I appreciate everybody's attention and attendance and everybody who came out today. Oh, Representative Comtois.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. If we could ask research to make a list of commercial farms that are, if they have data on who's using neonics for corn, soybean, or wheat.
Okay,
Thank you.
I will communicate that. If you could send that request to me via email, I will forward it to our committee researcher. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll